What happens when the person meant to protect you becomes the one you fear most? Margot lives trapped behind a perfect smile, bound to a powerful husband who controls her world, until one stranger sees the truth she's been forced to hide. One moment of courage could set her free, or destroy them both. This is a story of danger, defiance, and a love powerful enough to risk everything. Stay with us. The journey is only beginning. Happy listening. Your escape into romance awaits. Married to a Monster, Chapter 1. The place cards were wrong. Margot stood at the head of the dining table, her fingers hovering over the small cream rectangles that bore her husband's guests' names in perfect copperplate. She'd arranged them twice already. Once according to rank, as Cornelius had instructed. Once according to conversational compatibility, which he would never notice, but which would make the evening flow like water instead of trudging like a funeral march. Now she was arranging them a third way, the way that would keep her safest. Lord Pemberton, who drank too much and whose gaze lingered, at the far end, nearest Cornelius. Mr. Davies, who'd once complimented her intelligence and been rewarded with her husband's cold fury for a week, across from Mrs. Davies, where his wife's presence would serve as a buffer. And Mr. Julian Thorne, the new investor Cornelius wanted to impress, directly across from Cornelius himself, where her husband could watch him, where Mr. Thorne could not watch her. She repositioned the final card and stepped back, studying her work the way a general might study a battlefield. The late afternoon light slanted through the tall windows of the Mayfair townhouse, catching the crystal and silver until everything gleamed with the kind of perfection Cornelius demanded. The room looked beautiful. It always did. Beauty was armor. Perfection was survival. "Mrs. Farrow?" Margot spun, her hand flying to her throat. A man stood in the doorway, tall, perhaps 30, with dark hair that wanted to curl despite obvious attempts to tame it. His coat was well cut, but not ostentatious, his cravat tied with competence rather than artistry. He held his hat in one hand and wore an expression of immediate apology. "Forgive me," he said, his voice low and steady. "The butler let me in, but I seem to be appallingly early. I thought the dinner was at 7, but apparently I've misread." 8 o'clock. Margot's voice came out smaller than she'd intended. She cleared her throat. "The dinner is at 8, Mr. Thorne. Julian Thorne?" He took a step into the room, then stopped, as if sensing her tension. "I can wait in the drawing room, or return at the proper hour. I don't wish to impose. She should call for the butler. She should excuse herself. She should never, ever be alone with one of Cornelius's guests, particularly not a man, particularly not before her husband arrived home from Parliament. But something in the way he'd stopped, respecting the space between them without being told, made her pause. "You're not imposing," she said, surprised to find she meant it. "The drawing room is being prepared. You may wait here if you like. I've just finished." The place cards. He glanced at the table, and something flickered in his expression. Interest, perhaps. "You've put a great deal of thought into the arrangement." "My husband values a well-organized table." "I imagine he values a great many things." Mr. Thorne moved closer, not to her, but to the table, studying the placement with the same attention she'd given it. "Though I suspect the organization is your doing, not his." Margot felt heat rise to her cheeks. Compliments were dangerous. They led to expectations, and expectations led to disappointment, and disappointment led to consequences. "You're too generous, sir." "I'm observant." He looked up then, meeting her eyes directly. It's a useful quality in my profession. One learns to see what's actually there, rather than what people wish to present. The words hung between them like a challenge. What do you see? She wanted to ask. Do you see the way I've positioned myself so the light from the window doesn't fall on my left wrist, where the bruises from 3 days ago are finally fading to yellow? Do you see how I'm standing with my back to the wall, so no one can approach without warning? Do you see that I've arranged this entire evening like a chess game, trying to anticipate every move, every danger, every possible mistake? But she said nothing. She'd learned years ago that silence was safer than honesty. Mr. Thorne tilted his head slightly, still watching her with that unsettling directness. You've seated me across from your husband. May I ask why? He wished to speak with you about your investments in the railway bonds. The answer came automatically, smooth as glass. The positioning allows for easy conversation. And you've placed Lord Pemberton at the opposite end, despite his being the highest-ranking guest. It wasn't a question. That's unconventional. Margot's heart began to beat faster. I thought, it's brilliant, Mr. Thorne said quietly. If you'd seated Pemberton near your husband, he'd dominate the conversation, and we'd all spend the evening listening to his opinions on the Irish question. This way, Mrs. Davies can manage him. She's the only person in London he actually listens to, while the rest of us can have a civilized meal. She stared at him. No one noticed these things. No one ever noticed. You're surprised, he said. I'm unused to being understood. The words escaped before she could stop them. Horror flooded through her, cold and immediate. What was she thinking? She didn't say things like that. She didn't reveal anything to anyone, ever. Mr. Thorne's expression shifted, something that might have been concern or perhaps curiosity. He opened his mouth to respond. The front door opened. Margot knew the sound of her husband's arrival, the way a sailor knew the sound of a coming storm, the particular weight of his footsteps, the way the servants' voices changed, becoming quieter, more careful, the subtle shift in the very air of the house. Excuse me? She said quickly, already moving toward the door. Mrs. Farrow. But she was gone, hurrying into the hallway where Cornelius was handing his coat to the butler. He was a handsome man, her husband. Tall, silver-haired at 42, with the kind of distinguished bearing that made people trust him. Members of Parliament sought his advice. Investors sought his counsel. Widows sought his financial guidance. They didn't know what she knew. Margot. He said her name like an accusation. Why are you flushed? I've been arranging the table. It's warm in the dining room. His pale blue eyes moved past her, landing on Mr. Thorne, who had emerged from the dining room behind her. The temperature dropped 10 degrees. Mr. Thorne? Cornelius's voice was perfectly pleasant. You're early. My apologies. Julian Thorne's voice was equally pleasant, but Margot heard the tension underneath. He'd felt it too, then. The danger. I misread the time on your invitation. No matter. You've had the pleasure of my wife's company, I see. Cornelius moved forward, and his hand, as if by accident, closed around Margot's upper arm. His fingers found the exact spot where bruises already existed. Fresh pain bloomed, sharp and bright, but she didn't flinch. She'd learned not to flinch years ago. Mrs. Farrow was kind enough to allow me to wait, Mr. Thorne said. His gaze had dropped to where Cornelius held her. Something crossed his face. She's an excellent hostess. Yes. Cornelius's grip tightened fractionally. She knows her place. The words were innocuous, complimentary even, but Margot heard what lay beneath them: a reminder, a warning, a promise. "Perhaps Mr. Thorne would like refreshment while he waits for the other guests," she said softly. "An excellent suggestion." Cornelius released her arm and smiled, the public smile, the one that made him look kind. "Morrison will see to you, Thorne. I must have a word with my wife about tonight's arrangements." It wasn't a request. Margot followed him into his study, her mind already racing through possible infractions. Had she spent too long in the dining room? Spoken too freely to Mr. Thorne? Failed to lower her eyes quickly enough? Cornelius closed the door. "You looked at him too long," he said. Her stomach turned to ice. "I was being polite." "You were being familiar." He moved to his desk, pouring himself brandy with steady hands. "Mr. Thorne is important to me, Margot. He has connections in India, investments I need access to. I cannot have you making him uncomfortable with your attention." "I barely spoke to him." "You smiled." Had she? She didn't remember smiling. She rarely smiled anymore. "I'm sorry," she said, because apologizing was easier than defending. "Are you?" He took a sip of his brandy, studying her over the rim of the glass. "You've been distant lately, distracted. I wonder if you're forgetting the nature of our arrangement." Their arrangement. As if their marriage were a business transaction. It was, of course. Her father's debts in exchange for her obedience. His reputation for respectability in exchange for her silence. "I haven't forgotten," she said. "Good." He set down the glass. "Then tonight, you will be the perfect hostess. You will be gracious, quiet, and utterly unremarkable. You will not engage Mr. Thorne in conversation unless he addresses you directly. You will not offer opinions. You will not draw attention to yourself in any way. Am I clear?" "Yes." "And Margot?" He moved closer until she could smell the brandy on his breath. "If I see you look at another man the way you looked at Thorne today, we will have a very different conversation. Do you understand?" She understood perfectly. "Yes, Cornelius." "Excellent." He smiled again, that terrible, gentle smile. "Now go and make yourself presentable. Our guests will be arriving soon, and I need you perfect." She left the study with her spine straight and her hands steady, climbing the stairs to her bedroom with the measured pace of someone who had nowhere urgent to be. Only when she'd closed and locked her door did she allow herself to lean against it, eyes closed, breathing carefully. Her arm throbbed where he'd gripped it. Tomorrow there would be new bruises layered over the old ones. She'd wear long sleeves to breakfast. She always wore long sleeves. Margot moved to her dressing table and sat, studying her reflection in the mirror. 23 years old. Pale skin, dark hair arranged in the style Cornelius preferred. Brown eyes that had once been curious and bright, now carefully neutral. She looked like the perfect wife. She looked like a ghost. The dinner was interminable. Margot sat at her end of the table, the hostess's position, though Cornelius controlled every conversation from his seat, and smiled at the appropriate moments. Laughed softly when Lord Pemberton told a joke that wasn't funny. Complimented Mrs. Davies on her gown. Supervised the service with invisible efficiency. And tried very hard not to look at Julian Thorne. But she felt his gaze on her throughout the meal. It wasn't the leering attention of Lord Pemberton, who'd had too much wine and whose eyes kept drifting to her décolletage. It wasn't the dismissive glances of the other wives, who considered her fortunate to have married so well and couldn't understand why she seemed so somber. Mr. Thorne's attention was different, thoughtful, concerned even, as if he were trying to solve a puzzle. She wished he would stop. She wished he would look away. She wished. "Mrs. Farrow," Mr. Davies said, drawing her attention. "Your husband tells us you keep the household accounts. Quite unusual for a lady of your station." Margot's fingers tightened on her wine glass. Cornelius had told them that? Why? "My wife has a head for figures," Cornelius said smoothly, before she could respond. "I find it useful to have someone manage the domestic expenditures. It leaves me free to focus on more important matters." The table laughed politely, as if her intelligence were charming, as if it were a pet trick. "I've always thought women were better suited to such detail-oriented work," Lord Pemberton announced, gesturing with his glass. "They have the patience for it. Men need to think about larger concerns, politics, business, matters of consequence." "Surely household management is consequential," Mr. Thorne said quietly. The table fell silent. Margot's eyes flew to him despite herself. He was looking at Pemberton, his expression perfectly polite, but there was steel underneath. "I only mean," Mr. Thorne continued, "that organizing a household of this size, managing accounts, overseeing staff, these require the same skills as running a business. Perhaps we undervalue them because women do them so well." Mrs. Davies smiled. "Mr. Thorne, you'll make yourself unpopular with such radical notions." "I'm comfortable being unpopular, ma'am. I'm less comfortable with illogical arguments." Cornelius laughed, that public laugh, warm and indulgent. "Thorne is a philosopher, it seems. We'll have to convince him that some traditions exist for good reason." "I'm always willing to be convinced," Mr. Thorne said, "with evidence." His eyes met Margot's across the table. She looked away first, her heart pounding. The rest of the dinner passed in a blur. The guests retired to the drawing room for cards and conversation. Margot served tea, smiled until her face ached, and counted the minutes until she could escape. Finally, near midnight, the last guest departed. The door closed behind Lord and Lady Pemberton. The house fell silent, except for the soft sounds of servants clearing away glasses. Cornelius turned to her. "You did well tonight," he said. Margot waited. There was always a qualification. "Though I noticed you speaking with Mr. Thorne after dinner." "He asked me about a book in the drawing room." I answered politely. "What book?" Her mind raced. Had there been a book? A volume of poetry? Lord Byron? Cornelius moved closer, and she forced herself to remain still. "Mr. Thorne is perceptive. Too perceptive, perhaps. I saw the way he watched you tonight." I gave him no encouragement. "No." Her husband's hand came up to her face, fingers gripping her chin, tilting her head up. Not hard enough to hurt, not quite. "But you interested him anyway. I wonder why." She said nothing. There was no safe answer. "Perhaps I've been too lenient with you," Cornelius mused, his thumb brushing across her lower lip. "Perhaps you need reminding whose wife you are." Terror flooded through her, cold and sharp. In 4 years of marriage, Cornelius had never touched her intimately, never consummated their union. It was another form of control, denying her even the basic acknowledgement of a wife, keeping her in this strange limbo of married virginity. She was property he owned but refused to claim, until now. "Come," he said, releasing her chin. "We'll discuss this upstairs." Margot followed him up the curved staircase, her legs moving automatically while her mind screamed. The hallway to her bedroom seemed endless. He opened her door, not his own room but hers, and gestured her inside. She entered. He closed the door behind them. Then he stood there, watching her with those pale, calculating eyes as she waited in the center of the room in her evening gown, trying not to shake. "Undress," he said. Her hands moved to the fastenings of her dress before she could think. Obedience was instinct now. But halfway through, something inside her rebelled. Number. The word was silent, internal, but it stopped her fingers. 4 years she'd endured his control, his cruelty disguised as concern, his precise orchestration of her humiliation. 4 years she'd been the perfect wife, believing that compliance would eventually earn her peace. It never had. And it never would. Margot raised her eyes to her husband's face. "No," she said aloud. Cornelius went very still. "What did you say?" "No." Her voice was steadier now. "You don't want me, Cornelius. You never have. This isn't about desire. It's about ownership. You are my wife. I am your prisoner." The words, once started, wouldn't stop. "You married me to settle debts and gain respectability. You keep me isolated, controlled, afraid. But you don't want me. You've never wanted me. And I will not let you use intimacy as another weapon." The silence that followed was absolute. Then Cornelius smiled. It was the most terrifying thing she'd ever seen. "How fascinating," he said softly. "My little mouse has found her voice. I wonder what inspired this sudden courage. Could it be a certain gentleman investor with radical opinions about women's intelligence?" "This has nothing to do with—" "Everything has to do with him." Cornelius moved closer, circling her like a predator. "You think I didn't notice? The way you looked at him, the way he looked at you, the way you came alive for the first time in months." He stopped directly in front of her. "But here's what you're going to learn, Margot. You are mine. Your thoughts are mine. Your words are mine. Your body." His hand shot out, gripping her throat. Not choking. Not quite. Just enough pressure to make breathing difficult. "Your body is mine to claim or deny as I see fit. And if I want it, I will take it. But not tonight." He released her, and she gasped for air. "Tonight," he said, adjusting his cuffs with perfect calm. "I'm going to let you think about what you've said, about the consequences of defiance, about what happens to wives who forget their place." He walked to the door, paused with his hand on the knob. "And Margot, if I ever see you speak to Julian Thorne again, I will make you regret it. Not through violence. I'm not so crude. But I have friends in Parliament. I have influence. I could have his investments investigated, his reputation questioned, his entire future destroyed. One word from me, and he loses everything." The door closed softly behind him. Margot stood alone in her bedroom, shaking, her throat aching where he'd gripped it. But underneath the fear was something else, something new. Anger. She moved to her writing desk, took out a piece of paper with trembling hands, and wrote 4 sentences in her careful script. "The railway bonds. Check the surveyor signatures. The investors listed as deceased. 3 are alive. The parliamentary committee investigating fraud. My husband helped select them. Trust no one." She folded the paper small, secreting it in the pages of a leather-bound ledger she'd seen Mr. Thorne carrying. Tomorrow, she would find a way to return it. Tomorrow, she would find a way to fight back. Because tonight, watching Julian Thorne defend her intelligence as if it mattered, as if she mattered, something had awakened in her that 4 years of systematic cruelty hadn't managed to kill. Hope. And hope, she was beginning to realize, was the most dangerous thing of all. Chapter 2. Margot woke to grey light and the taste of copper. She'd bitten her lip during the night. Some dream she couldn't remember, some phantom version of the confrontation with Cornelius that had ended differently. Worse, perhaps, or better. She no longer knew which would be which. The house was silent in that particular way of early morning, before the servants began their routines. She lay still, listening to her own breathing, cataloguing the damage from last evening. Her throat, tender, but the skin unbroken, high collars today. Her arm, the bruises darker now, purple-black where his fingers had pressed. Long sleeves, as always. Her resolve, surprisingly intact. That last part was the most dangerous. She rose and dressed herself, a skill she'd maintained despite having a lady's maid, because there were mornings when she couldn't bear anyone touching her. The gown she chose was dove grey, modest, with sleeves that covered her wrists and a neckline that reached her collarbone. She looked like a governess, or a widow. Perhaps she was both. Downstairs she found Morrison, the butler, directing 2 footmen in the removal of last night's floral arrangements. "Good morning, Mrs. Farrow." His voice held the careful neutrality of a servant who'd seen too much and learned to see nothing. "Will you take breakfast in the morning room?" "Just tea, please. Has Mr. Farrow left for Parliament?" "An hour ago, ma'am. He said to inform you he'll be dining at his club this evening." Relief flooded through her, so intense it was almost painful. A day without him. Hours of relative safety. "Thank you, Morrison." She took her tea in the morning room, watching the street through lace curtains. Mayfair was waking. Delivery carts, servants running errands, a few early riders in the park. Normal people living normal lives, unaware that 3 houses down, a woman was planning something that might destroy her. The leather ledger sat on the side table where Morrison had placed it with the Morning Post. "This was left behind last evening, ma'am," he'd said, his face carefully blank. "Shall I have it sent to Mr. Thorne's hotel?" "No." The word came too quickly. "I'll return it myself. I have some shopping to do this morning in that area. It's no trouble." Morrison had nodded, but something in his eyes suggested he understood more than he should. Now Margot set down her teacup and reached for the ledger, her fingers trembling slightly as she opened it to confirm her note was still there, tucked between pages of investment figures and railway projections. It was 4 sentences that could save people from ruin, or condemn her to something worse than her current prison. She closed the ledger and went to find her chaperone. Agnes Prim was technically her lady's maid, but in truth, she was Cornelius's spy. A woman of 40 with sharp features and sharper eyes, hired 6 months ago after the previous maid had been dismissed for impertinence, which meant she'd shown Margot a moment of kindness. "I need to go out," Margot said, keeping her voice level. "Shopping on Bond Street, and I must return something to one of Mr. Farrow's business associates." Agnes looked up from the linens she was inspecting. "Mr. Farrow left no instructions about outings today." "Mr. Farrow also left no prohibitions. I'm returning a forgotten item and purchasing gloves. Surely that requires no special permission." The 2 women stared at each other. "I'll need to accompany you," Agnes said finally. "Naturally." They took the carriage, Margot holding the ledger in her lap like a shield. Agnes sat across from her, silent and watchful. The streets of London rolled past. Elegant townhouses giving way to shops, pedestrians dodging horse-drawn vehicles, the constant noise and motion of the city. Margot had once loved London. Before. The hotel was respectable, but not fashionable, the sort of place a businessman might stay while establishing himself. The lobby was quiet at this hour, Just a clerk at the desk and a gentleman reading a newspaper near the fire. Wait here, Margot told Agnes, approaching the desk. I'll only be a moment. I should accompany you upstairs, ma'am. Propriety. We're in a hotel lobby, Agnes. There's nothing improper about returning a book. She softened her tone. Please. 5 minutes. Agnes hesitated, then nodded once. 5 minutes. The clerk directed Margot to the second floor, room 24. She climbed the stairs with her heart hammering, the ledger clutched against her chest. What was she doing? If Cornelius found out. But he wouldn't find out. She was simply returning a forgotten item, perfectly innocent. She knocked. Footsteps, then the door opened. Julian Thorne stood in shirt sleeves and waistcoat, his cravat untied, dark hair still damp from washing. He looked younger like this, less formal, more human. Mrs. Farrow. Surprise flickered across his face, followed quickly by concern. Is something wrong? No, She thrust the ledger toward him. You left this last evening. I thought you might need it. He took it automatically, but his eyes never left her face. You came all this way to return a ledger? You said you needed to review investment figures. I assumed they were important. They are. He glanced down at the book in his hands, then back at her. But you could have sent a footman. I was shopping nearby. It was a terrible lie. There were no shops near this hotel. They both knew it. Julian studied her for a long moment, and she watched him piece it together. The early morning visit, the thin excuse, the careful way she was standing with her shoulders back and chin raised, as if bracing for a blow. Would you like to come in? He asked quietly. We can leave the door open. For propriety. I can't. My maid is waiting downstairs. I only have a few minutes. Then I'll make them count. He opened the ledger, his fingers moving through the pages with practiced efficiency, looking for something. Your husband's railway investments. Check the surveyor signatures, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. His hands stilled. I'm sorry? The signatures on the surveyor reports, they're forgeries, and the investors listed as deceased, at least 3 of them are still alive. The committee investigating fraud in railway bonds. My husband helped select every member. Julian looked up at her, his expression shifting from confusion to dawning comprehension to something darker. How do you know this? I keep the household accounts. I pay the bills. I see the correspondence. She swallowed hard. I notice things. And you're telling me because you'll do something. I can't. The words from last night hung between them, more significant now in the stark light of morning. Mrs. Farrow. He set the ledger aside, moving closer but maintaining a careful distance. If what you're suggesting is true, your husband is committing serious fraud, the kind that ruins lives, widows, pensioners, people who can't afford to lose their savings. I know. And you want me to investigate. I want you to stop him. Julian ran a hand through his damp hair, and she could see him thinking, calculating. If I pursue this, he'll know someone gave me information. He'll suspect you. Perhaps. That's not acceptable. His voice turned fierce. I won't put you in danger. I'm already in danger. The words escaped before she could stop them. Every moment of every day I am in danger. At least this way there's a purpose to it. His eyes narrowed. What kind of danger? Margot pulled her shawl tighter, a reflexive gesture. The kind that leaves no visible marks, Usually. The silence that followed was terrible. "Show me," Julian said, his voice rough. "I can't. Please." There was something in that single word, not command, not demand, but genuine plea, that undid her. Slowly, carefully, she pulled back the left sleeve of her gown. The bruises were vivid in the morning light, purple, black, yellow at the edges. The clear imprint of fingers wrapped around her upper arm. Julian's face went white, then red, then carefully, deliberately blank. "How long?" he asked. "4 years." "Since you married?" "Yes." He turned away from her, his hands clenched at his sides. She watched the muscles in his shoulders tense, watched him fight for control. When he turned back, his expression was composed, but his eyes burned. "Does he—" He stopped, started again. "Has he ever—" "No." She understood what he was asking. "He's never consummated the marriage. It's another form of control, keeping me in limbo, neither truly wife nor truly maiden." Something passed across Julian's face that might have been relief, or might have been rage. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you asked." She pulled her sleeve back down, fingers fumbling with the fabric. "And because if you're going to investigate my husband, you need to understand what you're facing. Cornelius doesn't lose. He doesn't forgive. And he doesn't forget." "Neither do I." The words were soft, but they carried the weight of a vow. Margot looked at this man she barely knew, this stranger who'd defended her intelligence at a dinner table, who'd noticed the careful architecture of her survival, who was now looking at her with something that might have been fury on her behalf. "Be careful," she said. "Please." "I'll be strategic." He moved to his desk, pulling out paper and pen. "I need names. Any correspondence you've seen? Any visitors who seemed significant? Any details about the railway investments?" "I can't. If he finds papers missing, if he suspects I've been in his study, then don't take anything. Just remember." Julian's eyes met hers. "You said you noticed things. Tell me what you've noticed." So she did. She told him about the letters from a surveyor named Grimsby, whose signature appeared on multiple reports despite being dead for 6 months. She told him about the investment prospectuses that promised returns no legitimate railway could deliver. She told him about the private meetings in Cornelius's study, with men who arrived after dark and left before dawn. Julian wrote it all down, his pen moving swiftly across the paper. "This is enough to start with," he said finally. "But Mrs. Farrow, Margot—" He caught himself. "Forgive me, that was too familiar." "It's my name." She almost smiled. "My real name, not the one he uses." "What does he call you?" "Wife," or "my dear," when there's an audience. She moved toward the door. "I need to go. Agnes will be suspicious." "Wait." Julian crossed to his wardrobe, withdrawing a slim volume. "Take this. If you need to contact me again, tuck a note inside and return it. I'll check my hotel lobby daily for deliveries." She took the book. Poetry, Byron, the same author she'd lied about last night. And something in her chest tightened. "You're risking a great deal for someone you barely know," she said. "I'm stopping a criminal from defrauding innocent people." His voice was matter-of-fact, but his eyes held hers. "The fact that he's also a brute who terrorizes his wife only makes me more determined." "He'll destroy you if he can." "Then I'll have to make sure he can't." Julian opened the door wider. "Go, before your maid comes looking." Margot stepped into the hallway, then turned back, Mr. Thorne? Yes. Thank you for seeing me. Thank you for trusting me. She descended the stairs with Byron in her hands, and hope, terrible, dangerous hope, blooming in her chest. Agnes was standing now, her face pinched with suspicion. That was more than 5 minutes. He was just coming from his bath. I had to wait while he made himself decent. The lie came easily now. 4 years of practice. Shall we go to the glove shop? They purchased gloves she didn't need, walking through the shop while Agnes watched her every movement. Margot selected ivory kid leather, bargained politely over the price, and tucked the package under her arm. A perfectly normal morning, a perfectly innocent errand. The carriage ride home was silent. Margot watched London pass outside the window and thought about Julian Thorne's fury on her behalf. About the way he'd written down her words, as if they mattered. As if she mattered. About the way he'd said her name, Margot, like it was something precious. When they arrived home, Morrison met them at the door. "A message arrived for you, ma'am." His voice was carefully neutral. "From Mr. Farrow." Margot's stomach dropped. "Thank you." She took the sealed note to her bedroom, closing the door before breaking the wax seal. The message was brief. "I trust your morning errands were productive. Do remember that I have eyes throughout London. Your every movement is known to me. We will discuss your activities when I return this evening. Your devoted husband, CF." Margot's hands shook as she held the paper. He knew. Of course he knew. But what exactly did he know? That she'd gone out? That she'd visited a hotel? Or more? She moved to the fireplace and burned the note, watching the paper curl and blacken. Then she sat at her writing desk and opened the volume of Byron, finding a blank page at the back of the book. With careful, measured strokes, she wrote, "He knows I went out this morning. I don't know how much. Be more careful than careful. Don't contact me directly. I'll find ways to pass information, but we must be patient. The evidence exists. We just need time to gather it without alerting him. Destroy this note." She closed the book and went to find Morrison. "This needs to be delivered to Mr. Julian Thorne's hotel," she said, discreetly. Morrison's expression didn't change. "Of course, ma'am." "Morrison?" "Yes, ma'am." "If Mr. Farrow asks about my activities today, what will you tell him?" The butler met her eyes for just a moment. "I will tell him the truth, ma'am. That you went shopping for gloves and returned a forgotten ledger to his business associate. All perfectly proper." "Thank you." "Mrs. Farrow?" He hesitated. "The previous butler before I came to this house? He mentioned you were different once. Happier." Margot's throat tightened. That was a long time ago. Perhaps not so long that she's gone forever. He left before she could respond. The rest of the day passed with agonizing slowness. Margot supervised the household, reviewed accounts, ate lunch alone in the morning room. Normal activities, safe activities. But underneath, her mind was racing. What would Cornelius do when he returned? How much did he actually know? And more importantly, was the risk worth it? She thought of Julian Thorne's face when she'd shown him the bruises, the cold fury in his eyes, the careful way he'd written down every detail she'd given him, as if her words were evidence in a trial, as if she were a person whose testimony mattered. Yes, she decided. The risk was worth it. Evening came. The lamps were lit throughout the house. Dinner was prepared. Though Cornelius would be at his club, she maintained the routine. Then, just before 7, the front door opened. Margot's hands froze over the book she'd been pretending to read. Footsteps. His footsteps. He appeared in the doorway of the drawing room, still in his coat and hat. His face was calm, pleasant even. That was how she knew she was in trouble. "Good evening, my dear," Cornelius said. "I've changed my mind about dining at the club. I thought we should have dinner together instead. Just the two of us." He smiled. After all, we have so much to discuss. Chapter 3. Julian Thorne sat in the offices of Grimsby and Sons, surveyors, watching a nervous clerk shuffle through filing cabinets with increasingly frantic movements. "I'm certain we have the records, Mr. Thorne. They must be here somewhere." "Take your time." Julian kept his voice mild, though his mind was racing. 3 hours of investigation had confirmed what Margot had told him. Thomas Grimsby, senior surveyor, had died 7 months ago, yet reports bearing his signature had been filed as recently as last week. Someone was forging documents, someone with access to Grimsby's seal and handwriting samples, someone connected to Cornelius Farrow. The clerk finally emerged with a leather portfolio, his face flushed. "Here, the railway surveys for the Manchester-Leeds expansion, signed by Mr. Grimsby Sr. in March." Julian opened the folder. The signature was confident, flowing. Nothing like the shaky hand of a dying man. He'd seen Grimsby's actual final correspondence, obtained from the widow that morning with careful condolences and a discreet inquiry. The deterioration in penmanship had been marked in those last months. This signature was from someone in their prime. "May I take this for comparison with our investment records?" "I'm afraid that's not." The clerk stopped as Julian placed £5 on the desk. "That is, I suppose for a day or two, if you return it intact." "You have my word." Outside, the afternoon sun was weak through London's perpetual haze. Julian tucked the portfolio under his arm and hailed a cab, his mind assembling pieces of a puzzle that grew uglier with each discovery. Railway investments promising 12% returns when legitimate ventures struggled to deliver 5. Surveyors' reports claiming solid ground where other engineers had documented marshland. Investor lists peppered with names of people who'd never seen the prospectuses or who were conveniently deceased. And threading through it all, Cornelius Farrow's elegant signature, his parliamentary connections, his reputation for financial acumen that made people trust him without question. The man was stealing from widows and pensioners, while sitting on the committee meant to prevent exactly such fraud. It was brilliant in its way. Monstrous, but brilliant. Julian's hands tightened on the portfolio. He thought of Margot's bruised arm, her careful voice, the way she'd flinched when he'd moved too quickly in his hotel room. 4 years, she'd said. He'd spent the night after her visit not sleeping, but remembering. The dinner party took on new meaning in retrospect. Farrow's hand on her arm, positioned exactly where the bruises would later appear. The way Margot had arranged the seating to minimize her own vulnerability. The careful, practiced perfection of her hosting. All of it survival tactics, and he'd sat there discussing railway bonds while she'd been orchestrating her own safety. The cab stopped at his next destination, the offices of Henderson and Associates, solicitors. James Henderson was an old Cambridge friend, now specializing in commercial litigation. If anyone could navigate the legal complexities of exposing a member of Parliament, it would be him. "Thorne!" Henderson rose from behind a desk buried in papers, extending a hand. "Haven't seen you since you returned from India. How are you finding London after 3 years away?" "Colder and more corrupt than I remembered." Henderson laughed. "Always the optimist. What brings you here?" Julian closed the door before answering. "I need advice on a sensitive matter." and complete discretion. His friend's expression sobered. Of course. Sit. Julian laid out what he knew: the forged documents, the fraudulent investments, the parliamentary connections. He kept Margot's name out of it, referring only to a reliable source with access to Farrow's private correspondence. Henderson listened without interrupting, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. When Julian finished, he let out a low whistle. "You're talking about bringing charges against a member of Parliament, a respected one, at that." "I'm talking about stopping a criminal. Legally, those aren't always the same thing." Henderson stood, pacing to the window. "Farrow has friends in the House of Lords, connections throughout the financial district. Even with solid evidence, you'd be fighting an uphill battle. So we get more evidence, make it impossible to ignore. And if he discovers you're investigating?" Julian thought of Margot's warning. He doesn't lose. He doesn't forgive. He won't. Henderson turned, studying him with the shrewd gaze that made him an excellent solicitor. "There's something you're not telling me." "There are aspects of this case that must remain confidential." "Thorne, if you're protecting someone—" "I am, and that's all you need to know." A long silence. Then Henderson nodded. "All right, but you'll need more than forged signatures and suspicious investments. You'll need testimony from victims, paper trails proving intent, ideally someone inside his operation willing to turn." "I'm working on it." "Work faster. Men like Farrow don't stay vulnerable for long." Julian left the solicitor's office as dusk was falling. Gas lamps were being lit along the streets, casting pools of yellow light across the cobblestones. He should return to his hotel, review the documents he'd collected, plan his next moves. Instead, he found himself directing his steps toward Mayfair, toward the elegant townhouse where Margot was dining alone with her husband. He stopped a block away, standing in the shadows across the street. Light glowed from the first-floor windows. He could see figures moving behind lace curtains, servants clearing away dinner, perhaps. Was she safe? Had Farrow confronted her about the morning visit? Did she have any way to signal if she was in danger? The questions gnawed at him, along with another question he didn't want to examine too closely. When had a woman he barely knew become someone he couldn't stop thinking about? It wasn't just her beauty, though she was striking in that quiet way men often overlooked. It wasn't even the bruises, though those had ignited a fury in him that still burned. It was the intelligence in her eyes, the careful architecture of her survival, the way she'd stood in his hotel room, showing him proof of her abuse, and asked not for rescue, but for partnership. "I want you to stop him, not save her. Stop him." As if she understood that her freedom wouldn't come from being rescued, but from dismantling the system that trapped her. Julian was still standing there, watching the house like a fool, when a figure emerged from the servants' entrance. A man, middle-aged, wearing the dark coat of a butler. He walked directly toward Julian's position. "Mr. Thorne?" The voice was quiet, careful. "You have me at a disadvantage." "Morrison, I'm butler to the Farrow household." He glanced back at the townhouse. "Mrs. Farrow asked me to deliver something. Should I see you in the neighborhood?" "She knew I'd be here?" "She said you seemed the type who'd worry." Morrison withdrew a folded paper from his coat. "Read it quickly, sir, and then burn it." Julian unfolded the note, angling it toward the nearest street lamp. They're dining together. He's been pleasant all evening, which terrifies me more than anger would. He's asked about my morning. Shopping, returning your ledger, all perfectly innocent. He smiled when I answered. I think he's testing me. seeing if I'll lie. I told the truth because lies can be caught. But he knows something. I can feel it. Be careful. Don't come to the house. Don't send messages here. I'll find ways to pass information through Morrison. He was loyal to my father before the debts, and I believe he remembers. Please trust that I know how to survive this. I've been doing it for 4 years. What I don't know is how to fight. That's why I need you. Not to rescue me, but to be the weapon I can't be. The evidence is there. We just need patience. Julian read it twice, memorizing every word before striking a match and watching the paper curl into ash. "How is she?" he asked Morrison. Frightened, but determined. The butler's voice was tight. "Sir, I shouldn't speak out of turn, but Mrs. Farrow isn't what people think. Before her father died, before the marriage, she was different, bright, curious. She used to laugh." What happened to her father? Gambling debts, bad investments. When he died, the creditors came calling. Mr. Farrow offered to settle everything in exchange for... Morrison's jaw tightened. He made it sound generous, a marriage that would save her reputation and give him a respectable wife. We didn't know. No one knew? Some suspected, but Mr. Farrow is careful. The bruises don't show. The control looks like protection, and Mrs. Farrow has too much pride to complain. Julian stared at the townhouse, at the warm lights and elegant facade that hid such calculated cruelty. "I'm going to stop him," he said, "but I need more evidence. Financial records, correspondence, anything that proves intent to defraud." "His study is locked. He keeps the key with him always." "Then we'll need another way in." Morrison hesitated. "There's a garden party next week, Lady Pemberton's annual spring social. The Farrows are invited. Mr. Farrow will be occupied with guests, showing himself off to society. That might be your best opportunity." "To do what?" "To speak with Mrs. Farrow. Properly, I mean. Long enough for her to tell you what she knows." The butler met his eyes. "She's been keeping track, sir, in her head, because paper is too dangerous. But she remembers everything. Dates, amounts, names. She just needs someone to listen." "I'll be there." "And sir?" Morrison's voice dropped. "Mr. Farrow threatened her tonight. Not directly. He's too clever for that. But he mentioned how unfortunate it would be if her behavior forced him to take measures. He asked if she understood. She said yes. But I saw her hands shaking when she thought no one was looking. Rage and helplessness warred in Julian's chest. "Is she safe tonight?" "He's gone to his club now. He won't return until late, and even then..." Morrison paused. "He hasn't touched her that way. I don't think he will. It's not about desire with him. It's about power." "Power over what?" "Everything. Her thoughts, her movements, her very existence." Morrison turned to leave, then stopped. "My father served her family for 30 years. Before he died, he made me promise I'd look after the daughter if anything happened. I've failed her these 4 years. I won't fail her now." "You haven't failed her. You're here, helping her." "I'm a servant, Mr. Thorne. I have no power, no resources. But you do." The butler's voice was fierce now. "So please, sir? Don't let her courage be for nothing. Don't let him win." "I won't." Morrison disappeared back into the shadows, leaving Julian alone with ash on his fingers and fury in his heart. He walked back to his hotel through darkening streets, his mind already planning. The garden party was in 6 days. That gave him time to gather more evidence, build his case, prepare for the confrontation that was coming. But first, he needed to understand his enemy better. Back in his room, Julian spread out everything he'd collected: the forged surveys, the investment prospectuses, notes from his conversation with Henderson. He added what Margot had told him, what Morrison had confirmed. A pattern emerged. Farrow was methodical. He didn't rush. Every move was calculated, every risk assessed. He'd built his fraud slowly over years, creating layers of legitimacy that would take time to unravel. And he treated his wife the same way. Not impulsive violence, but systematic degradation, isolation, control. The kind of abuse that left no marks anyone would believe. Julian's hand clenched around his pen. He'd seen cruelty before. In India, he'd witnessed poverty and exploitation that had turned his stomach. But this was different. This was intimate, personal. A man who'd promised to cherish a woman and instead had spent 4 years breaking her spirit. Except he hadn't broken her. Margot was still fighting, still finding ways to resist, still keeping mental records of her husband's crimes because she believed, somehow, that justice might exist. Julian would make certain it did. He worked through the night, building his case document by document. By dawn, he had a list of victims: widows who'd invested life savings, pensioners who'd lost everything, families destroyed by promises of returns that never materialized. 12 people so far, likely more. And Farrow had used his parliamentary position to make sure no one investigated too closely. But Julian had something Farrow didn't expect. He had Margot's intelligence, her observations, her 4 years of silent witness to corruption disguised as respectability. And he had his own determination, born not just from a desire for justice, but from something more complicated. Something that had started when he'd seen bruises on a woman's arm and heard her say, "I want you to stop him," as if she believed he could, as if she trusted him. He wouldn't betray that trust. The sun rose over London, painting the sky in shades of copper and gold. Julian finally set down his pen and moved to the window, watching the city wake. 6 days until the garden party. 6 days to build an unassailable case. 6 days to prepare for war, because that's what this was, not a legal dispute or a business investigation. War! And Cornelius Farrow was about to discover that he'd made a critical mistake. He'd hurt someone Julian Thorne had decided to protect. Across London, in an elegant townhouse in Mayfair, Margot stood at her bedroom window, watching the same sunrise. She hadn't slept. After Cornelius had left for his club, she'd spent hours reviewing everything she knew, organizing information in her mind the way she used to organize her father's accounts before the debts had overwhelmed them. Numbers didn't lie. Patterns didn't lie. And Cornelius's pattern was clear: escalation. The dinner had been excruciating. He'd been charming, solicitous, asking about her day with genuine seeming interest. She'd told him the truth. Shopping, returning the ledger, perfectly innocent. He'd smiled. "Of course, though I was surprised you didn't send a servant with the ledger. It seems an unnecessary risk, my dear, going to a gentleman's hotel alone." "Agnes accompanied me." "Ah, Agnes." He'd sipped his wine. "I trust she was thorough in her chaperonage?" "Completely." "Good. One can't be too careful with reputations. Even innocent actions can be misconstrued." The threat was clear beneath the courtesy. Then he'd asked about the book she was reading, the Byron that Julian had given her. "Poetry?" Cornelius had raised an eyebrow. "Rather romantic for someone of your practical nature." "Mr. Thorne mentioned it when I returned the ledger. I thought I'd read a bit." "Thorne recommends poetry to married women? How inappropriate." "He recommended it to a reader interested in contemporary literature. My marital status didn't enter the conversation. It had been the wrong thing to say. She'd seen it immediately in the tightening of his jaw. Your marital status, he'd said softly, should enter every conversation you have with every man who isn't your husband. Do you understand me? Yes. Say it properly. Yes, Cornelius. Better. He'd left for his club shortly after, but not before touching her cheek, a gesture that looked affectionate, but left her skin crawling. Now, watching dawn break over London, Margot made a decision. She'd been careful for 4 years, obedient, trying to minimize the damage, to survive until… what? Until Cornelius died? Until some miracle freed her? There would be no miracle, but there might be justice. Julian Thorne was building a case against her husband. She would help him, not just with information, but actively, strategically. The garden party was her opportunity. Lady Pemberton's spring social was legendary. Hundreds of guests, multiple garden walks, enough chaos that private conversations could happen if one was careful. She could give Julian everything she knew. Names, dates, amounts, the whole architecture of Cornelius's fraud laid out in detail. And if Cornelius caught her? Margot looked down at her hands, at the faint scars on her palms from when she'd gripped broken glass, trying to open a locked window in the first year of her marriage. Before she'd learned that escape wasn't possible through physical means. If he caught her, she'd deal with the consequences. She was done being afraid. Well, she was still afraid. Terrified, actually. But she was doing it anyway. That had to count for something. A knock at her door. Ma'am? Breakfast is ready. Margot took a breath, arranged her face into its usual composed mask, and turned from the window. Time to begin. Chapter 4. The Pembroke Club smelled of cigars, old leather, and privilege. Julian had been inside for 20 minutes, nursing a brandy he had no intention of drinking, listening to men discuss politics and investments with the casual arrogance of those who'd never known consequence. Cornelius Farrow held court near the fireplace. Julian watched him from across the room, studying the man the way he'd once studied unreliable business partners in Calcutta. Farrow was performing. That much was obvious. Every gesture calculated, every laugh timed for maximum effect. He told a story about railway investments that had the other men nodding appreciatively, their trust in him absolute. The same railway investments Julian now knew were fraudulent. It turned his stomach. First time at the Pembroke? A man roughly Julian's age appeared at his elbow. Red hair, friendly face, expensive coat. I'm William Hartley. Haven't seen you here before. Julian Thorne, guest of Lord Ashcroft. The lie came easily. Ashcroft was in Scotland. No one would verify. Ah, good man, Ashcroft. What's your business? Investments, import trade primarily. Just returned from India. Hartley's eyes lit up. India? Fascinating place, I hear. Did you deal with the East India Company? They fell into conversation. The easy, meaningless talk of men establishing social credentials. But Julian kept half his attention on Farrow, watching who approached him, who he dismissed, who he courted. The man was a spider at the center of a web. That's Cornelius Farrow, Hartley said, following Julian's gaze. Brilliant financier. His railway investments have made quite a few fortunes. And lost quite a few, I'd wager. Hartley laughed uncertainly. Well, there's always risk in speculation, but Farrow's as sound as they come. He's on the parliamentary committee investigating railway fraud, actually. Very respected. the fox guarding the henhouse. Julian murmured. Sorry? Nothing. Just thinking aloud. Julian drained his brandy, setting down the glass. I should speak with him. We discussed some investment opportunities at his dinner party last week. I'd like to follow up. He crossed the room before he could second-guess the impulse. This was reckless. Morrison had warned him to stay away, but Julian needed to see the man up close, needed to understand what Margot faced every day. Farrow. Julian approached with deliberate confidence, not waiting for an invitation to join the conversation. I've been reviewing those Manchester Leeds railway proposals you mentioned at dinner. The survey reports raised some questions. Farrow's smile remained fixed, but his pale eyes sharpened. Several other men in the group looked up with interest. He'd been courting Julian's investment capital, the India connections, the potential influx of money. Now Julian was challenging his prize scheme publicly. Questions, Thorne? Farrow's voice stayed pleasant, but tension crept beneath. I'm surprised. The surveys are impeccable. Grimsby himself conducted them. Thomas Grimsby died 7 months ago. Julian kept his tone conversational, but several men nearby had stopped their own discussions. Yet reports bearing his signature have been filed as recently as last week. Either he's remarkably dedicated to his profession posthumously, or someone is forging documents. The silence that followed was immediate and total. Farrow's jaw tightened fractionally. That's quite an accusation. It's an observation based on verifiable facts. I've spoken with Grimsby's widow, seen his actual final correspondence. The handwriting deteriorated significantly in his last months. Nothing like the confident signature on these recent surveys. Julian pulled a folded paper from his pocket, a copy of one of the forged documents. Would you like to explain the discrepancy? Now every man in the vicinity was watching. This had gone beyond business sparring into something dangerous, a public challenge to Farrow's integrity in his own club, in front of his peers. Farrow stood slowly, his movements controlled. Gentlemen, you'll excuse us. Mr. Thorne and I should continue this conversation somewhere more private. It wasn't a request. He led Julian to a smaller room off the main hall, a study lined with books no one read. The door closed with a soft click. Farrow's pleasant expression evaporated. I don't know what game you're playing, he said quietly, but I suggest you stop. Now. I'm not playing anything. I'm investigating fraud. Julian met his gaze steadily. Systematic fraud that's stealing from widows and pensioners while you sit on the committee meant to prevent it. Based on what? A dead surveyor's signature? That could be explained a dozen ways. Administrative delays, misfiled dates, clerical errors? Then explain the investors listed as deceased who are actually still alive. Explain the surveyor reports claiming solid ground where other engineers documented marshland. Explain the 12% returns when legitimate railways struggle to deliver 5%. Julian took a step forward. I've spent 3 years in India learning to spot corruption. Your scheme has all the signatures. You have no proof, just suspicions and coincidences that a good lawyer could dismantle in minutes. I have enough to start asking questions, and once questions start, other people notice things. Patterns emerge. Your carefully constructed respectability starts to crack. Farrow's hand shot out, not to strike, but to grip the edge of the desk beside him, a visible effort at control. You're making a serious mistake, Thorne. I thought you were intelligent, a potential partner. Instead, you're revealing yourself as a fool with delusions of heroism. And you're revealing yourself as exactly what I suspected. What I am, Farrow said softly, dangerously. is a man with friends throughout London, in Parliament, in banking, in the magistrate's office. I could make your life very difficult with a few well-placed words. Your investments could be investigated, your reputation questioned, your entire business could collapse before you understand what's happening. Is that a threat? It's a statement of fact. I protect my interests, aggressively. And your wife. The words escaped before Julian could stop them. Is she an interest you protect? Or something else entirely? Farrow went very still. What did you say? I met Mrs. Farrow briefly when she returned a ledger I'd forgotten at your dinner party. She was kind enough to bring it to my hotel personally. I know, which was entirely inappropriate. A married woman visiting a gentleman's hotel alone. I've already addressed that with her. Addressed it how? Julian's voice hardened. By gripping her arm hard enough to leave bruises, by isolating her further, by making her afraid to perform basic social courtesies? The silence that followed was absolute. Farrow stared at him, and Julian watched the man's mind work, trying to determine how he knew, what else he'd seen, what danger this represented. You've been speaking with my wife. Farrow's voice had gone soft, deadly, privately. I returned a ledger she'd brought. We exchanged perhaps 3 sentences in a hotel lobby, but that was enough to notice that she flinched when I moved too quickly, enough to see the marks on her wrist when her glove slipped, enough to understand that your marriage isn't what you present to the world. My marriage is none of your concern. It is when you're abusing your wife while presenting yourself as a respectable gentleman. Farrow smiled, but it was terrible to see. Abuse. Such a strong word. I've never struck her. Never raised my voice inappropriately. I simply maintain the natural order of a marriage, husband and wife, authority and obedience. That you find this troubling says more about your modern sensibilities than my conduct. Natural order? Julian took a step forward, closing the distance between them. Is it natural to grip your wife hard enough to bruise her? To control every aspect of her existence? To threaten her into silence? I discipline my wife as I see fit, as is my right. Farrow's voice remained calm, which was somehow more chilling than rage. She's mine, legally, morally, completely. What happens in my home is no one's business but my own. Wrong. When you're committing fraud that destroys innocent people, everything about you becomes relevant. Your character, your methods, your capacity for cruelty. Julian pulled out another document, a list of victims he'd been compiling. These people trusted you, invested their life savings based on your assurances, and you stole from them systematically while abusing your wife in private. That's who you are, Farrow. A thief and a brute dressed in respectability. You self-righteous fool. Farrow's composure finally cracked. You think you can destroy me? You're nobody. A minor investor with no connections, no power, no resources to challenge me. I could crush you without effort. Then why haven't you? The question hung between them, because Farrow couldn't move openly, not without drawing attention to exactly what Julian wanted investigated. Any action against him would raise questions. Why would a respected MP target a minor investor? What was he trying to hide? Farrow realized it the same moment Julian did. Stalemate, Julian said quietly. For now? Farrow adjusted his cravat, his composure returning like armor. But understand this, Mr. Thorne. If you continue pursuing this investigation, if you so much as speak to my wife again, I will find other ways to hurt you, ways that can't be traced back to me. Accidents happen. Business deals fall through. Reputations are ruined by whispers rather than evidence. And if I go to the authorities now? With what? Copies of documents that could be forgeries themselves? Suspicions about signatures? A widow's testimony about her husband's handwriting? Farrow moved to the door. You have nothing that would stand up in court, and we both know it. You need more evidence, which means you need time, and access to information you can't get without help. He paused, his hand on the doorknob. Stay away from my wife, Thorne. That's not negotiable. Whatever she's told you, whatever you think you know, end it. Because if you don't, I won't destroy just you. I'll destroy her. And I promise you, I know exactly how to make her suffer in ways no one will ever see or believe. The door opened and closed. Julian stood alone in the study, his hands shaking with fury. He'd learned what he needed to know. Farrow was worried. Not desperate yet, but worried enough to threaten openly, which meant Julian was close to something important. But the threat against Margot was real and specific. Julian returned to the main room, where several men immediately approached, curiosity bright in their faces. Everything all right? Hartley asked. That looked intense. Business disagreement? Nothing serious? But as Julian made his excuses and left the club, his mind was racing. Farrow would be watching him now. Any contact with Margot would be noticed, reported, used against them both. The garden party in 3 days was their last chance for a proper conversation. After that, they'd need to find another way. Margot knew something was wrong the moment Cornelius entered the house. It was past midnight. She'd been reading in bed, actually reading, not pretending, a book of essays she'd found in her father's old library. The words had been a welcome distraction from the constant anxiety of waiting for Cornelius's next move. She set the book aside as his footsteps approached her door. He didn't knock. He never knocked. Still awake? He stood in the doorway, his coat removed, his cravat loosened, disheveled in a way he never allowed in public. I couldn't sleep. Guilty conscience, perhaps? Her stomach dropped. I don't know what you mean. Don't you? He entered the room, closing the door behind him. I had an interesting conversation tonight. With your Mr. Thorne. Your Mr. Thorne. As if Julian belonged to her. As if she had any claim to him beyond a few stolen conversations and a desperate hope for justice. He's not my anything. No. He seems remarkably well informed about our marriage, about my treatment of you. Cornelius moved closer. How would he know about bruises, Margot? Unless you showed him. She said nothing. There was no safe response. You showed him. Farrow's voice was soft, wondering. You actually revealed something so private, so intimate, to a virtual stranger. I'm almost impressed by your audacity. I showed him nothing. He noticed. At my dinner party, when you were fully dressed. Cornelius laughed, but it was empty of humor. Try again. Margot's mind raced through possibilities, lies, half-truths. But Cornelius already knew. The only question was how much. When I returned his ledger to the hotel, she said finally, I was adjusting my shawl. The sleeve slipped. And he just happened to see fingerprint-shaped bruises at exactly the right angle to understand their meaning? How convenient. He asked if you hurt me. I didn't answer. Your silence was answer enough. Cornelius sat on the edge of her bed, her private space, invaded. What else have you told him? Nothing. You expect me to believe that? After you visited his hotel? After you spent time alone with him, returning a ledger that any servant could have delivered? I told him nothing about you, nothing about our marriage. He drew his own conclusions from what he observed. It was mostly true. She'd given Julian evidence about fraud, not abuse. The abuse he'd discovered himself. Cornelius studied her for a long moment. "You're lying, but I can't quite determine where the lie begins and ends. That's new. 4 years of obedience, and suddenly you've learned deception." "You taught me." The words slipped out before she could stop them. Cornelius's eyes widened fractionally. Then he smiled, that terrible, pleased smile. "Did I? How fascinating. My little mouse has developed teeth." He reached out, fingers closing around her jaw. Not gentle, not violent, perfectly calibrated to hurt without leaving visible marks. "But here's what you need to understand, my dear. Teeth are useless against a trap you can't escape. You can bite all you want. You're still caught. Let go of me." "Or what? You'll tell Mr. Thorne? He already knows, apparently. Or you'll run away. With what money? What resources? Where would you go that I couldn't find you?" He released her jaw and stood, looking down at her with something like pity. "You think Julian Thorne is your salvation, that he'll rescue you from the terrible villain? But he's a minor investor with moderate connections and limited resources. I could destroy his business within a week. I could have him investigated on fabricated charges. I could ruin his reputation so thoroughly that no one in London would trust him with a shilling. He's investigating you. He has evidence. He has suspicions and a few questionable documents. Nothing that would survive scrutiny in court." Cornelius moved to the door. "But I appreciate the warning. I'll take steps to ensure any evidence disappears. And I'll take steps to ensure Mr. Thorne understands the consequences of pursuing this vendetta." "It's not a vendetta. It's justice." "There's no difference, my dear. Not in practice." He opened the door, then paused. "The garden party is in 3 days. Lady Pemberton's social. You'll attend, of course. You'll be perfect. Gracious. Charming. And you will not speak to Julian Thorne. Not even in greeting. Do you understand? You can't prevent me from normal social interaction. I can do whatever I please. You're my wife, my property, my possession." His voice dropped to a whisper. "And if you defy me, if you speak to him, if you pass him so much as a glance, I will make you regret it. Not immediately, not obviously, but I will hurt you in ways that leave no marks anyone can see." He closed the door softly behind him. Margot sat frozen in her bed, her jaw aching where he'd gripped it, her heart hammering against her ribs. 3 days. She had 3 days to decide if she was brave enough to risk everything for a chance at freedom. 3 days to decide if Julian Thorne's investigation was worth the consequences Cornelius promised. 3 days to determine whether hope was a gift or a curse. She looked down at the book of essays still open on her coverlet, at a line that seemed written specifically for this moment. "The cost of obedience is the loss of self." That was what Cornelius demanded. Not just compliance, but the complete erasure of who she was. Margot closed the book carefully, extinguished her candle, and lay down in darkness. In 3 days, at Lady Pemberton's garden party, she would speak to Julian Thorne. She would give him everything she knew, and whatever Cornelius did afterward, at least she would have tried. At least she would have chosen herself, even if that choice cost everything. Chapter 5. Lady Pemberton's garden was a riot of spring blooms, roses climbing trellises, lavender bordering stone paths, wisteria draping arbours in cascades of purple. 300 guests moved through the grounds in their finest day dress, a sea of pastels and parasols that would have been beautiful if Margot weren't so terrified. She stood beside Cornelius near the refreshment tent, her gloved hands clasped loosely before her, her expression arranged into something pleasant and vacant, the perfect ornament, the obedient wife. Inside, her mind was cataloguing exits. The rose garden to the east had a servant's gate. The path through the wisteria led to a secluded bench where couples stole moments away from chaperones. The hedge maze, notorious for lost guests, offered a dozen alcoves where a conversation might happen unobserved. If she could just get away from Cornelius for 10 minutes. Darling, do smile. His hand settled at the small of her back, fingers pressing hard enough to hurt. You look positively grim. People will think you're unhappy. I'm warm. The sun. Then we'll walk in the shade. He guided her away from the tent, nodding to acquaintances as they passed. Lord and Lady Ashford, Mrs. Davies with her daughter, Mr. Hartley discussing horses with a group of young men. And there, near the fountain, pretending to study the architecture, Julian Thorne. Margot's breath caught. He was dressed impeccably, dark coat, dove-grey waistcoat, cravat tied with elegant simplicity. But it was his face that arrested her, the careful blankness of his expression, the way his eyes swept the garden without quite landing on her. He'd seen her. She knew he had. But he was giving her space. Waiting. Ah, Thorne. Cornelius's voice was jovial, but his fingers dug deeper into Margot's back. I didn't expect to see you here. Julian turned, his expression politely surprised. Mr. Farrow, Mrs. Farrow. He bowed slightly. Lady Pemberton was kind enough to extend an invitation after we met at the opera last week. Lies, Margot realized. All careful lies to explain his presence. How delightful. Cornelius pulled Margot fractionally closer. Though I'm afraid we can't stop to chat. My wife was just saying she needs to rest in the shade. The heat, you understand. Of course. Julian's eyes met hers for half a heartbeat. Mrs. Farrow, I hope you feel better. She wanted to scream, to grab his arm, to beg him to understand that this might be their only chance. Instead, she smiled distantly. Thank you, Mr. Thorne. You're very kind. Cornelius steered her away, his grip proprietary. Remember our conversation? He murmured against her ear. Not even a glance. They spent the next hour circulating, Cornelius performing charm, Margot performing contentment. She complimented gardens and gowns, agreed that the weather was fine, accepted a glass of lemonade she had no intention of drinking, all while watching Julian from the corner of her eye. He moved through the party like water, striking up conversations, laughing at jokes, fitting seamlessly into this world of privilege and pretense. But every so often, his gaze would sweep the garden, calculating, looking for opportunities. I need to speak with Lord Pemberton about a committee matter, Cornelius said finally. You'll wait here. Not a question. A command. Of course. He disappeared into the house with Pemberton and 2 other MPs, leaving Margot alone near the wisteria arbour. Agnes materialised at her elbow. Of course she did. Settling onto a nearby bench with needlework. Trapped. Margot walked slowly along the path, examining flowers she couldn't name, trying to look absorbed in botanical study while her mind raced. How could she get away? How could she signal Julian without alerting Agnes? Mrs. Farrow? She turned. Mrs. Davies approached with her daughter Eleanor, a shy girl of 19 who rarely spoke at social events. Mrs. Davies? Miss Eleanor? Margot curtsied. What a lovely party. Isn't it? Though I confess I'm quite turned around. Eleanor wanted to see the roses, but I can't recall which path Lady Pemberton mentioned. Mrs. Davies smiled conspiratorially. You have such an excellent memory for these things. Might you show us the way? It was a gift, an excuse to move. Margot glanced at Agnes, who frowned but couldn't object to a simple garden tour. The rose garden is through the wisteria path, then left at the fountain. Margot gestured. I'd be happy to show you. They walked together, Agnes trailing behind at a discreet distance. Mrs. Davies chattered about her spring planting while Eleanor remained silent, her eyes downcast. The wisteria path was beautiful, purple blooms creating a tunnel of fragrance and dappled light. At the end, just before the fountain, stood Julian Thorne. He wasn't alone. William Hartley was with him, examining the fountain's stonework with apparent fascination. Mr. Thorne, Mr. Hartley. Mrs. Davies brightened. What a pleasant surprise. Ladies. Julian bowed. Are you also admiring Lady Pemberton's fountain? It's Roman, supposedly. We're seeking the rose garden, Mrs. Davies said. Mrs. Farrow was kind enough to guide us. Then allow me to join you. I've been wanting to see the roses myself. Julian fell into step beside them, and Margot's pulse quickened. Hartley coming? I'll catch up. I want to examine this inscription. They moved as a group, Mrs. Davies and Eleanor ahead, Agnes hovering behind, and Julian walking precisely 3 feet from Margot's side, close enough to speak, far enough to be proper. The Parliamentary Committee reviews proposals on Thursday, he said quietly, his voice barely audible beneath Mrs. Davies's chatter. Farrow will be occupied from noon until evening. Margot adjusted her parasol, using the motion to mask her response. His study. 2nd floor, east wing. Key in his coat pocket always. Can you get the key? No, but Morrison knows where he keeps a spare. They reached a bend in the path where wisteria grew thick overhead, creating temporary shadow. Agnes had stopped to adjust her shoe. Mrs. Davies and Eleanor had rounded the corner ahead. 3 seconds of privacy. He's planning something, Margot whispered urgently. Since the club, he's been too calm, too pleasant. He's removing evidence. I've seen him burning papers late at night. What kind of papers? Correspondence, ledgers, anything that might... Mrs. Farrow? Agnes's voice, sharp with suspicion. Julian stepped smoothly away, bending to examine a flower. I believe this is called Wisteria sinensis, Chinese variety, quite different from the native species. Agnes appeared, her eyes narrow. We should rejoin the others. Of course. Margot moved forward, her heart hammering. But Julian had heard. He knew. Thursday. Cornelius would be occupied. They could search the study. It wasn't much. It wasn't enough. But it was something. The rose garden was spectacular. Hundreds of blooms in shades from white to deep crimson. Mrs. Davies exclaimed over them while Eleanor finally spoke, asking shy questions about cultivars and care. Julian maintained his distance, discussing horticulture with the expertise of someone who'd spent time in countries where such things mattered. India, he mentioned. The roses there were different, hardier. Margot listened to his voice, calm, educated, kind, and thought about Thursday, about Morrison, about the risk they were taking, about what Cornelius would do if he discovered them. I should return to my husband, she said when the tour concluded. He'll be wondering where I am. Of course. Mrs. Davies smiled. Thank you for the lovely walk. Julian bowed to each lady in turn. When he reached Margot, his eyes held hers for a fraction longer than propriety allowed. Mrs. Farrow, may your afternoon be pleasant. And yours, Mr. Thorne. She walked back through the garden with Agnes at her heels, every step measured and careful. But inside, hope and terror warred for dominance. Thursday. They had a plan. Now they just had to survive until then. Cornelius was waiting when she emerged from the wisteria path. Not in the house with Lord Pemberton. Right there, at the edge of the garden, his arms crossed and his expression carefully pleasant. He'd been watching the entire time. "Did you enjoy your walk?" His voice was light, conversational, but his eyes were cold. "It was lovely. Mrs. Davies showed me the roses." "And Mr. Thorne? Did he show you anything interesting?" Margot's blood turned to ice. "Mr. Thorne was with Mr. Hartley by the fountain. We exchanged pleasantries while walking to the rose garden." Pleasantries. Cornelius took her arm, gently to any observer, but his fingers found the exact spot where bruises from last week still lingered. Fresh pain bloomed. "How pleasant?" "Agnes tells me you spoke with him. Alone." For 3 seconds while she adjusted her shoe. We discussed Chinese wisteria, hardly a romantic assignation. Nevertheless, he guided her toward where their carriage waited at the front drive. "I believe it's time we returned home. You look fatigued, my dear. The heat has quite overwhelmed you." It wasn't a suggestion. They made their excuses to Lady Pemberton, Margot's delicate constitution, the exhaustion from hosting their own ball recently, so sorry to leave early. Everyone nodded sympathetically. Poor Mrs. Farrow, always so fragile. The carriage ride home was silent. Cornelius sat across from her, his expression pleasant, his posture relaxed. But Margot could feel the rage simmering beneath his calm exterior. He was waiting, calculating. When they arrived at the townhouse, he helped her down with perfect courtesy. Inside, he handed his coat and hat to Morrison with a pleasant, "Thank you." Then he turned to Margot. "My study. Now." She climbed the stairs on trembling legs, hearing him follow behind. The hallway to his study seemed endless. He opened the door and gestured her inside. She entered. He closed the door behind them with a soft click. For a long moment, he simply stood there, looking at her with those pale, calculating eyes. "You defied me," he said finally. "I spoke to another guest at a garden party. That's basic civility, not defiance." "Don't." His voice turned sharp. "Don't pretend you don't understand. You wanted to speak to him. You've been looking for opportunities all afternoon. Did you think I wouldn't notice?" "You're being paranoid." "Am I?" He moved to his desk, and now, finally, he could access the documents he'd been planning to use. "Perhaps. Or perhaps I'm finally seeing you clearly. 4 years of obedience, and now this, rebellion, secrets. A sudden interest in gardens and roses and Chinese wisteria." He pulled open a drawer, withdrawing a folded document. "I think it's time we clarified our arrangement. You seem to have forgotten its terms." "I haven't forgotten anything." "Then let me refresh your memory." Cornelius moved to the window, his back to her, the document held loosely in one hand. "You are my wife. You live in my house, spend my money, bear my name. In exchange, you obey me." "Completely. Without question. That was the bargain your father accepted when he signed the marriage contract." "My father was desperate." "Your father was a fool who gambled away 3 generations of wealth and left you with nothing. No dowry, no prospects, no future. I gave you all of that." He turned, his pale eyes cold. "So when I tell you not to speak to someone, you don't speak to them. When I tell you to stay away, you stay away. And when I tell you that continuing this association with Julian Thorne will have consequences, you believe me." Margot lifted her chin. What consequences? For him, I told you already. Professional ruin, social destruction. I could have him investigated for fraud. Ironic, isn't it? And his business would collapse before he could defend himself. He's done nothing wrong. Innocence is irrelevant. Perception is everything. Cornelius returned to his desk, smoothing the document on its surface. But you asked about consequences for you, didn't you? Those are more interesting. He tapped the paper thoughtfully. I've been considering your situation. Our situation. A marriage that's never been consummated isn't really a marriage at all, legally speaking. It could be annulled quite easily. Hope flared in Margot's chest. Immediate. Painful. However, Cornelius continued, such an annulment would leave you with nothing. No settlement, no home, no income. You'd return to your father's debts, which I could choose to call in at any time. You'd be destitute within a month. The hope died as quickly as it had come. But there's another option. He held up the document. She could see now it was some kind of medical form. I could claim the marriage, consummate it, make you my wife in every legal sense. Then, if you continued to displease me, I could have you committed. Margot's breath stopped. Lunatic asylums are full of inconvenient wives, Cornelius said conversationally. Hysteria, delusions, inappropriate behavior. A husband's word is all that's needed. And once you're committed, well, you'd be there until I decided otherwise, if I decided otherwise. You wouldn't! Wouldn't I? He moved closer until she could smell brandy on his breath. He must have been drinking with Pemberton earlier. I've spent 4 years building a reputation as a devoted husband with a delicate, nervous wife. Everyone already thinks you're fragile. It wouldn't take much to convince them you'd finally broken. I'm not fragile. I'm not nervous. You're whatever I say you are. His hand shot out, gripping her wrist. That's what you don't understand, Margot. I control the narrative, your story, your reputation, your entire existence. It's all mine to shape. He released her wrist and returned to his desk, tucking the document back into the drawer. So here's what's going to happen. You will end whatever association you've formed with Julian Thorne. You will not speak to him. You will not look at him. You will not pass him messages through servants or garden parties. You will forget he exists. And if I don't? Then I'll do what I should have done 4 years ago. I'll make you mine. Completely. Irrevocably. He closed the drawer with deliberate precision. And then I'll make you disappear. The casual way he said it, as if discussing dinner plans, was more terrifying than any rage could be. Do you understand me? Margot's hands were shaking. She clasped them together, trying to maintain composure. Yes. Say it properly. Yes, Cornelius. Good. He moved toward the door, then paused. I have business to attend to this evening. I'll be working late in here. You'll retire early and stay in your room. Don't come downstairs for any reason. He left without waiting for a response. Margot stood alone in his study, her wrist aching where he'd gripped it, her mind reeling. I'll make you mine. Then I'll make you disappear. It wasn't an empty threat. She knew it wasn't. Cornelius had just shown her the full extent of her trap, every escape route blocked, every hope systematically dismantled. She could fight and lose everything, her freedom to an asylum, her reputation to ruin, Julian's career to her husband's vindictiveness. Or she could surrender, return to obedience, spend the rest of her life as a ghost in her own existence. Margot walked slowly up the stairs to her bedroom, her legs moving automatically. Inside, she locked the door and crossed to her writing desk, withdrawing paper and pen. If this was her last chance to act, she needed to make it count. She wrote quickly, her hand steady despite her racing heart. Thursday. Committee meeting noon to evening. Morrison has spare study key. Take everything. Ledgers, correspondence. Anything that proves fraud. I can't help anymore. He's threatened commitment to asylum if I continue. He plans to consummate marriage as legal protection, then have me declared insane. Julian, please be careful. He's more dangerous than we realized. This is goodbye. Finish what we started. Make it matter. She folded the note small and tight, sealing it with candle wax. Tomorrow, she'd find a way to get it to Morrison, and then she'd retreat into the obedience that kept her safe. It wasn't surrender, she told herself. It was survival. But it felt like dying. Downstairs, in his locked study, Cornelius Farrow sat at his desk burning papers. Correspondence with surveyors, ledgers showing double entries, investment records that proved systematic fraud. The flames consumed everything, leaving only ash. He'd been sloppy, overconfident. But Julian Thorne's investigation had been a useful warning. Now Cornelius was eliminating evidence, securing his position, ensuring that even if someone searched his study, they'd find nothing incriminating. Let Thorne investigate. Let him suspect. Without proof, suspicion was meaningless. And Margot, his useful, intelligent, observant wife, would no longer be a problem. He'd finally found the perfect threat. The asylum. The one thing that terrified her more than him. She'd retreat now. He was certain of it. Margot had always been practical. She'd weigh the costs and choose survival over rebellion, just as he'd taught her. Cornelius fed the last page to the flames and smiled. Everything was under control. In her locked bedroom, Margot pressed the sealed note against her chest and made herself a promise. This wasn't over. It couldn't be over. Because if she surrendered now, if she let fear win, then Cornelius would have destroyed not just her body, but her spirit. And that, finally, was the line she wouldn't let him cross. Thursday, she'd get the note to Morrison, and whatever happened after, at least she'd have tried. At least she'd have fought, even if she lost. Chapter 6. The invitation arrived on thick cream paper, embossed with gold lettering. Mr. and Mrs. Cornelius Farrow request the pleasure of your company at a ball celebrating the spring season. Margot stared at it with mounting dread. A ball? She looked up at Cornelius across the breakfast table. You didn't mention we were hosting an event? I'm mentioning it now. He buttered his toast with precise movements. 2 weeks from Saturday, 200 guests. I've already engaged the caterers and musicians. You'll handle the rest. Invitations, flowers, seating arrangements. I assume that won't be a problem? It was a test. She recognized it immediately. 5 days had passed since the garden party. 5 days of careful obedience, while the note she'd written remained hidden in her desk drawer, unsent. Morrison had been given strict instructions by Cornelius not to accept anything from Margot without his approval. Agnes watched her constantly. Even her correspondence was monitored, Cornelius casually reviewing each letter she wrote before it was posted. She was more isolated than ever. And now this. A ball she'd have to orchestrate while being watched, tested, controlled. Of course not, she said quietly. I'll begin preparations today. Excellent. Cornelius set down his knife. I want this to be perfect, Margot. A demonstration of our place in society, our success, our... He paused, his pale eyes meeting hers. Our unity. The word hung between them like a threat. I understand. Do you? Because I wonder sometimes if you truly grasp what I'm offering you. He leaned back in his chair, studying her. A position, respect, security. All you have to do is be the wife I need you to be. Not the wife you want, the wife you need. The distinction was everything. I'll make you proud, she said, because that's what he needed to hear. I know you will, because the alternative… He smiled. Well, we've discussed the alternative. The asylum. The threat that had kept her silent for 5 days. After breakfast, Margot threw herself into preparations with the focus of someone trying to outrun her own thoughts. Guest lists, menu planning, floral arrangements. Every detail recorded in her neat handwriting, every decision made with Cornelius's preferences in mind. She was the perfect wife again. She hated herself for it. On the 3rd day of planning, Morrison found her in the ballroom, overseeing the cleaning of chandeliers. Mrs. Farrow. His voice was carefully neutral. A delivery for you? Books from Hatchard's? She hadn't ordered books. Margot followed him to the morning room where a package waited, wrapped in brown paper. Agnes was nowhere in sight. Sent on an errand to the florist, Margot realized. A rare moment of privacy. The delivery boy said these were specially requested. Morrison said quietly, for the library. She opened the package with trembling fingers. Inside, 3 volumes of poetry, and tucked between the pages of Byron, a folded note. Julian's handwriting. I know you're being watched. I know you can't respond. But I need you to know I'm not giving up. Thursday's search was impossible without the key, but I've found another way. Trust me. Stay safe. I'll handle this. You don't have to sacrifice yourself. Margot read it twice, her heart hammering. Then she crossed to the fireplace and burned it, watching the paper curl and blacken. Mrs. Farrow? Morrison's voice was gentle. Are you all right? No. The word escaped before she could stop it. But I will be, eventually. If there's anything I can do… There isn't. Not anymore. Cornelius is too careful. He's destroyed the evidence, isolated me completely, and made it clear what happens if I step out of line. She turned to face the butler. I tried, Morrison. I really tried. But I can't risk it, not when he's threatened. She stopped, unable to say the words aloud. Morrison's expression tightened. The asylum. You knew. I've served men like Mr. Farrow before. The threat is always the same. Take away not just freedom, but sanity itself. Make the victim question their own mind. He paused. My sister was committed by her husband. She died there 3 years later, convinced she deserved it. Margot closed her eyes. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Be angry. Be defiant. Be anything except what he wants you to be. And if that costs me everything? Then at least you'll still be yourself. The words stayed with Margot as she returned to planning the ball that would celebrate her captivity. She selected flowers, white roses, symbol of innocence. She arranged seating to keep Cornelius's allies close and potential troublemakers distant. She reviewed menus until the words blurred together. And every night, she locked her door and allowed herself exactly 10 minutes to cry. Then she dried her eyes, straightened her spine, and prepared to survive another day. The night of the ball arrived with spring rain that cleared just before sunset, leaving the city washed clean and glittering. Margot dressed in a gown of pale blue silk that Cornelius had selected. Modest neckline, long sleeves to hide any potential bruises, the perfect blend of elegance and propriety. Her hair was arranged in elaborate curls, her jewelry simple but fine. She looked like a doll, beautiful and lifeless. Perfect. Cornelius adjusted his cravat in the mirror, his reflection meeting hers. You'll do very well tonight. Thank you. And Margot? He turned to face her directly. I've invited Julian Thorne. Her breath caught. Why? Because refusing to invite him would seem suspicious. Because I want to demonstrate that I have nothing to hide. His smile was cold. And because I want to watch you ignore him all evening. Consider it a test of your commitment to our arrangement. I understand. I hope you do, because he'll be here, watching you, hoping for some sign that you're still his ally in this ridiculous investigation. Cornelius moved closer, adjusting a curl that had fallen near her face. And you'll give him nothing, not a glance, not a word. You'll be courteous if directly addressed, but you'll give him no reason to think you're anything other than a devoted wife. His fingers lingered at her temple, a gesture that would look tender, but felt like a collar tightening. Can you do that? Yes, Cornelius. Then let's go greet our guests. The ballroom was transformed. Hundreds of candles in the chandeliers cast golden light across polished floors. White roses in silver vases lined the walls. Musicians tuned their instruments in the corner, while servants moved efficiently through final preparations. It was beautiful. It made Margot want to scream. Guests began arriving at 8. Margot stood beside Cornelius at the entrance, greeting each person with practiced warmth. Lord and Lady Ashford, Mrs. Davies and Eleanor, Mr. Hartley with his parents, dozens of MPs and their wives, all eager to see Cornelius Farrow's magnificent home and meet his charming wife. She smiled until her face ached. And then, near 9 o'clock, Julian Thorne arrived. He was dressed immaculately, black coat, white waistcoat, cravat tied in a simple knot that somehow looked more elegant than anyone else's elaborate arrangements. His dark hair was brushed back, his expression pleasantly neutral. But his eyes, when they met hers for half a second, burned with fury and something else. Concern, fear for her. Mr. Thorne. Cornelius extended his hand. Thank you for coming. Mr. Farrow, Mrs. Farrow. Julian bowed to each of them. You have a beautiful home? My wife's touch, Cornelius said easily. She's been planning this for weeks, exhausting work, but she never complains. Mrs. Farrow seems remarkably capable. Julian's voice was carefully even. You're fortunate. I am indeed. The exchange was perfectly polite, perfectly poisonous. Julian moved past them into the ballroom, and Margot felt something inside her crack. He was here. So close. And she couldn't speak to him. Couldn't even look at him without consequences. The evening progressed with agonizing slowness. Dancing began. Margot danced with Cornelius, then with Lord Ashford, then with Mr. Hartley. Each time she smiled and made conversation and played her part. And each time she was aware of Julian across the room, watching her with an intensity that made her skin prickle. During a break in the dancing, Margot excused herself to check on refreshments. She moved through the crowd toward the dining room, Agnes trailing behind, when someone stepped into her path. Julian. Mrs. Farrow, might I have a word? Her pulse skyrocketed. Agnes was 3 steps behind, within earshot. Cornelius was across the ballroom, but watching. Of course, Mr. Thorne. Her voice came out steadier than she felt. Though I must return to my duties shortly. I understand. I only wanted to compliment the arrangements. The florals are exceptional. You're very kind. They stood there, 2 feet apart, having the most mundane conversation while everything unsaid screamed between them. "I particularly admire the white roses," Julian continued, his voice low. "They remind me of a poem. Byron, I believe, about innocence lost and reclaimed." He was telling her something. She knew he was. But with Agnes watching and Cornelius's eyes on her back, she couldn't decipher it. "Byron wrote about many things," she said carefully. "Indeed. Rebellion, primarily. The refusal to accept tyranny." His eyes held hers. "The belief that freedom is worth any cost. Mr. Thorne. I should let you return to your duties." He bowed slightly. "Thank you for a lovely evening, Mrs. Farrow." He walked away before she could respond. Margot continued to the dining room with shaking hands, Agnes at her heels. The brief encounter had lasted less than a minute, but her heart was racing as if she'd run a mile. What had he meant? What was he trying to tell her? She spent the next hour circulating, checking on details, ensuring everything ran smoothly. The ball was a success. She could see it in the guests' faces, hear it in their compliments. Cornelius would be pleased. Near midnight, she escaped briefly to the terrace for air. The rain had left everything fresh and clean, the garden glistening under moonlight. She stood at the balustrade, breathing deeply, trying to calm her racing thoughts. "Margot!" She spun. Julian stood in the shadows near the door, his expression urgent. "You shouldn't be here." "I know, but I need 30 seconds. Please." Agnes would return any moment. Cornelius could appear. This was madness. 20 seconds, she whispered. "I've found another source. Someone inside Farrow's operation willing to testify. I don't need the study documents. I have enough to bring charges." His words came fast, intense. "But I need you safe first. When the investigation becomes public, Farrow will lash out. You can't be in that house." "Where else can I go?" "Anywhere. I'll help you. Money, lodging, whatever you need. Just leave before—" "Mrs. Farrow?" Agnes's voice from inside. Julian stepped back into deeper shadow. "Thursday. 3 days. There's a solicitor's office on Fleet Street, Henderson and Associates. Go there at noon. Tell them you're seeking consultation about an annulment. They'll protect you while I bring down your husband." "I can't." "You can. You must." His voice was fierce. "Margot, please, trust me one more time." Footsteps approaching. "Thursday, noon. Henderson and Associates." He melted into the garden, disappearing among the shadows. Margot turned just as Agnes appeared on the terrace. "There you are, ma'am. Mr. Farrow is asking for you." "Of course. I just needed air." She followed Agnes inside with her heart hammering and her mind racing. Thursday. 3 days. Could she do it? Walk out of this house, away from the only security she'd known for 4 years, and trust Julian Thorne to catch her. The alternative was staying, surrendering completely, becoming the ghost Cornelius wanted her to be. In the ballroom, Cornelius found her immediately. "Where were you?" "The terrace. I needed air." His eyes narrowed. "Alone?" "Agnes was with me." "The entire time?" "I stepped out for perhaps 2 minutes before she joined me." Cornelius's jaw tightened. He looked past her toward the terrace, calculation in his expression. "Dance with me," he said suddenly. It wasn't a request. He led her onto the floor as a waltz began, his hand at her waist, his grip tight enough to control every movement. They moved through the steps with practiced precision, the perfect couple. "Did you speak to Thorne?" he asked quietly. Briefly, he complimented the flowers. Is that all? What else would there be? I don't know, Margot. You tell me. His fingers dug into her waist. Because I've been watching him all evening, and he's been watching you, like a man obsessed. That's not my fault. Isn't it? You've encouraged him somehow, given him hope that you're available, that you want. I've given him nothing. Then why does he look at you like that? Cornelius pulled her closer, his breath hot against her ear. Like you're something precious he wants to save. Because I showed him bruises. Because I asked for help. Because for the first time in 4 years, someone saw me as a person instead of property. But she said none of that. I can't control how others look at me. No, but you can control whether you encourage it. The music swelled. After tonight, I think it's best if you remain home for a while. No shopping, no social calls, no excuses to leave this house. You're confining me? I'm protecting you, and my reputation. He smiled at someone over her shoulder, Lord Ashford, perhaps. Besides, you've been working so hard on this ball. You deserve rest, rest. As if imprisonment were a gift. The waltz ended. Cornelius released her and immediately began conversing with nearby guests, the devoted husband who'd just danced lovingly with his wife. Margot stood frozen, realization crashing over her. This was it, her last night of any freedom. Tomorrow, she'd be locked in this house. No Morrison to help her. No chance to reach Julian. No way to escape before Cornelius decided to make good on his threats. Thursday wouldn't matter. She'd never make it to Fleet Street. Unless she left tonight. The thought was insane. Impossible. Where would she go? She had no money of her own, no family, no friends who would risk Cornelius's wrath by sheltering her. But she had Morrison's address. He'd mentioned it once. A modest house near the docks, where he lived with his aging mother. And she had the jewellery Cornelius had given her, gifts that were technically hers to sell. It wasn't much, but it might be enough. Margot moved through the rest of the ball in a daze, her mind calculating. Most guests would leave by 2 a.m. Cornelius would retire to his study for a nightcap with his closest associates. He always did after social events. Agnes would go to bed, exhausted from the evening's vigilance. There would be a window, perhaps an hour, if she was brave enough to take it. Near 2 o'clock, as predicted, guests began departing. Margot stood beside Cornelius, saying goodbyes, accepting compliments on the beautiful evening, smiling until her face felt like a mask. Finally, blessedly, the last guest left. A triumph, Cornelius announced to the remaining servants. Well done, everyone. You may retire. We'll handle clean-up tomorrow. The servants dispersed gratefully. Agnes caught Margot's eye, clearly expecting to follow her upstairs. I need to review the final bills in the morning room, Margot said. You go ahead. I'll only be a few minutes. Agnes hesitated. Let her work, Cornelius said. My wife takes her duties seriously. It's one of her finer qualities. Agnes curtsied and left. Cornelius moved to the study where Lord Pemberton and 2 other MPs waited. Don't stay up too late, darling. You look exhausted. I won't. The study door closed. Margot stood alone in the empty ballroom, surrounded by wilting flowers and guttering candles. This was her chance. She hurried upstairs to her room, moving quietly. Inside, she changed into a simple day dress. No corset, no elaborate underpinnings, nothing that would slow her down. She gathered jewellery into a small reticule, the pearl necklace, the sapphire earrings, the diamond bracelet Cornelius had given her on their first anniversary. Blood money. She'd sell every piece without regret. A cloak, sturdy walking boots, the little money she'd managed to save from household accounts, barely £5. She looked around her bedroom one last time. 4 years she'd lived in this space. 4 years of careful survival. She wouldn't miss it. Margot descended the servants' stairs to the kitchen, praying no one would still be awake. The house was silent, except for low voices from Cornelius's study. Political talk, laughter, the clink of glasses. The back door was locked, but she knew where Morrison kept the key. Her hands shook as she turned it, as the door swung open to reveal the dark garden beyond. Rain had started again, soft and steady. She stepped out into it and didn't look back. Chapter 7. Morrison's house was smaller than Margot had imagined. A narrow brick building squeezed between a tobacco shop and a boarding house, with painted shutters and a window box of herbs gone leggy from neglect. She stood in the rain, shivering, wondering if she'd made a terrible mistake. But behind her was Cornelius's house, his control, his threats. Forward was the only direction left. She knocked. Silence. Then footsteps, cautious and slow. The door opened a crack, revealing Morrison's weathered face. His eyes widened. "Mrs. Farrow, please." Her voice came out smaller than she'd intended. "I have nowhere else to go." He pulled her inside without another word. The interior was humble but clean, a single room serving as kitchen and parlour, with a narrow staircase leading to what must be bedrooms above. An elderly woman sat by the fire, wrapped in shawls, her hands twisted with age. "Mother, this is Mrs. Farrow. She needs our help." The old woman's rheumy eyes sharpened. "Ran from that devil, did you? Good girl. About time." Morrison guided Margot to a chair near the fire. She sat, suddenly aware of how cold she was, how her dress clung wet to her shoulders, how her entire body was shaking. "I couldn't stay," she whispered. "He was going to lock me in the house. No more outings, no more freedom. And I knew if I didn't leave tonight, I never would." "You did the right thing." Morrison's voice was firm. "But Mrs. Farrow, where will you go? You can't stay here. Mr. Farrow will search for you, and this is the first place he'll look." "I know. I needed a moment to think." "Does anyone know you've left?" "Not yet. Cornelius is in his study with guests. Agnes is asleep. I have perhaps an hour before they realize I'm gone." She pulled the reticule from beneath her cloak. "I have jewellery to sell. Enough for lodging, I hope. And Mr. Thorne told me to go to a solicitor's office on Thursday. Henderson and Associates. They'll help with an annulment." Morrison and his mother exchanged glances. "Thursday is 2 days away," Morrison said carefully. "Where will you stay until then?" "A boarding house, under a false name." "With no references? No chaperone?" "Ma'am, forgive me, but no respectable establishment will take you. And the ones that will—" He trailed off, his meaning clear. Margot closed her eyes. She hadn't thought this through. She'd run on instinct, on desperation, without considering the practicalities of being a woman alone in London, with no connections and no protection. "There's another option." The old woman's voice was raspy but certain. "Send her to Thorne." "Mother?" "Don't mother me. That young man's been trying to help her for weeks. He gave her his hotel address, didn't he? Send her there. Let him sort it out." "It's past 2 in the morning. I can't appear at a gentleman's hotel." "You can't do a lot of things, girl. But you just did them anyway." The old woman leaned forward. "You left your husband. You ran through London in the rain. You knocked on a servant's door. Propriety is already ruined. Might as well be ruined somewhere safe. She was right. Margot knew she was right. But the thought of appearing at Julian's hotel, alone, in the middle of the night, it was scandalous, irrevocable, the kind of thing that would destroy what little remained of her reputation. Then again, what did reputation matter if Cornelius found her first? "I'll take you," Morrison said, making the decision for her. "Mother's right. Thorne will know what to do, and if we're quick, we can get you there before Mr. Farrow realizes you're missing." He found an umbrella and his coat. Margot stood on trembling legs, pulling her cloak tight around her shoulders. "Thank you," she said to the old woman, "for your kindness. Thank me by staying alive, girl. And when you're free of that monster, you come back here and tell me the story. I want to hear how he falls." The hotel was quiet at this hour, just a night clerk dozing at the desk and a single lamp burning in the lobby. Morrison approached while Margot waited in the shadows outside, her hood pulled low. "I need to speak with Mr. Julian Thorne, room 24. It's urgent." The clerk blinked sleep from his eyes. "It's 2:30 in the morning, sir." "I'm aware. This concerns a family emergency. Please fetch him." The clerk grumbled, but climbed the stairs. Margot pressed herself against the exterior wall, heart hammering. What if Julian refused to see her? What if he was angry at her for putting him in this position? What if... The door opened. Morrison gestured. She entered the lobby just as Julian descended the stairs, pulling a dressing gown over his shirt and trousers. His hair was dishevelled, his face creased with sleep and confusion. Then he saw her. Everything in his expression changed. Confusion to shock to fierce protectiveness in the span of a heartbeat. "Margot." He crossed the lobby in 3 strides. "What happened? Are you hurt?" "I left." The words came out on a sob she hadn't known was building. "I couldn't stay. He was going to imprison me in the house, and I knew I had to leave tonight or never, so I—" "You did exactly right." Julian's hands hovered near her shoulders, not quite touching, as if he wasn't sure what was allowed. "Morrison, thank you for bringing her safely. I'll handle things from here." "Sir, if I may, Mr. Farrow will discover her absence within the hour. He'll search everywhere. He'll use every resource to find her." "I know." Julian's jaw tightened. "Which is why she can't stay in London. At least not anywhere he'd think to look." He turned to the clerk, who was watching the scene with avid interest. "I need a private parlour. Immediately." "Sir, it's the middle of the night." Julian placed several coins on the desk. "Now." The clerk produced a key, leading them to a small room off the main lobby. It was simply furnished. A settee, 2 chairs, a cold fireplace. But it was private. Julian closed the door and finally, turned his full attention to Margot. "Tell me everything." So she did. The ball. Cornelius's announcement that she'd be confined to the house. The brief conversation on the terrace where Julian had told her about Thursday. Her decision to run rather than be trapped. "I know it was reckless," she finished. "I know I've complicated everything. But I couldn't stay there another day." "You weren't reckless. You were brave." Julian ran a hand through his dishevelled hair. "But Morrison's right. Farrow will tear London apart looking for you. We need to get you somewhere safe, somewhere he'd never think to search." "Where?" "My aunt has a cottage in Richmond. She's in Bath for the season. The house is empty. I can take you there tonight, get you settled. then return to London to continue building the case against Farrow. You'd do that? Help me hide? Julian's expression softened. Margot, I'd do considerably more than that. I'd call him out if I thought it would help. He stopped himself. But violence won't solve this. Evidence will. Justice will. And if he finds me before then? He won't. I promise you, he won't. Margot wanted desperately to believe him, but she'd spent 4 years learning that promises meant nothing against Cornelius's determination. There's something else, she said quietly. Something I haven't told you. Information I've been keeping in my head because writing it down was too dangerous. Julian moved to the small writing desk in the corner, gathering paper and pen. Tell me. Everything. Now. While we have time. She did. For the next half hour, Margot recited every detail she'd memorized over 4 years of silent observation. Names of investors Cornelius had defrauded, dates of fraudulent transactions, amounts stolen, the structure of his scheme, how he'd used his parliamentary position to avoid investigation, how he'd falsified documents, how he'd convinced people to trust him with their life savings. Julian wrote furiously, filling page after page with her testimony. This is extraordinary, he said finally, looking up at her with something like awe. Margot, this is everything. With your testimony and the evidence I've already gathered, we can bring charges that will stand up in any court. But my testimony means nothing if I'm declared insane and locked in an asylum. Which is why we get you safe first. Then I bring down your husband. Then you're free. He set down the pen. It might take weeks, maybe months. Can you be patient? I've been patient for 4 years. I can manage a few more weeks. They stared at each other across the small room, and suddenly Margot was aware of how improper this all was. Alone with a man in the middle of the night, her reputation in tatters, her future uncertain. And yet she felt safer than she had in years. Thank you, she said quietly, for believing me, for helping me, for seeing me as more than just another man's possession. You were never a possession. Julian's voice was rough. You're the most remarkable woman I've ever met. Your intelligence, your courage, your strength. Margot, you've survived 4 years of systematic cruelty and emerged with your spirit intact. That's not just remarkable, it's extraordinary. Something in her chest cracked open. Tears she'd been holding back for hours, for years, suddenly spilled over. I don't feel extraordinary. I feel terrified. You're allowed to be both. He crossed to her then, and without thinking, Margot stepped into his arms. He held her carefully, as if she might break, one hand at her back and the other cradling her head against his shoulder. She could feel his heartbeat. Steady. Strong. I won't let him hurt you again, Julian murmured into her hair. I swear it. You can't promise that. Watch me. Margot pulled back just enough to look at his face. In the dim lamplight, his features were all shadows and angles. But his eyes, dark, intense, filled with something she was afraid to name, held hers with unwavering certainty. Why? She whispered. Why do you care so much? You barely know me. I know enough. I know you're brave and brilliant and deserving of so much more than the life you've been given. I know that seeing you hurt makes me want to tear down the world. I know... He stopped, his jaw working. I know that somewhere between watching you arrange place cards and reading your note about railway fraud, I started caring about you more than is probably wise. Julian, you don't have to say anything. I'm not asking for anything. I needed you to know. that this isn't just about justice or stopping a criminal. It's about you, keeping you safe, making sure you have the chance to live a life where you're not afraid. Margot's breath caught. No one had ever spoken to her like this, with such fierce tenderness, such absolute conviction that she mattered. "I care about you too," she said softly. "More than I should. More than is safe." "Nothing about this is safe." "I know, but I don't care anymore. I'm tired of being careful. Tired of denying what I feel just because it's not proper or permitted or—" He kissed her. Or she kissed him. Later, Margot wouldn't be able to say who moved first. Just that one moment they were standing apart, and the next, his mouth was on hers, gentle and questioning. She answered by rising on her toes, her hands finding his shoulders, pulling him closer. The kiss was nothing like she'd imagined kisses would be, not demanding or possessive. Instead, it was reverent, tender. A question and an answer all at once. Julian's hand came up to cup her face, his thumb brushing across her cheekbone with such gentleness that tears started again. "Margot?" he breathed against her lips. "God, Margot." She kissed him again, less tentatively now. Learning the shape of his mouth, the taste of him, the way he made a low sound in his throat when she threaded her fingers through his hair. This was what it felt like to be wanted, not owned, not controlled, wanted. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Julian rested his forehead against hers. "I shouldn't have done that," he said, though he didn't sound sorry. "You've just escaped a terrible situation. You're vulnerable. I should have—" "Julian." Margot silenced him with a finger against his lips. "I'm not vulnerable. I'm free. And I know exactly what I want." "What do you want?" "This. You. A chance at something real." He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were suspiciously bright. "You have it. All of it. I promise you." A knock at the door made them spring apart. Morrison's voice, low and urgent. "Mr. Thorne, there are men at the hotel entrance. They're asking about Mrs. Farrow." Julian's expression hardened instantly. "How many?" "3, including someone who looks like a constable." Margot's stomach dropped. "He found me. Already." "Not yet." Julian moved to the window, peering through a gap in the curtains. "Morrison, is there a back exit?" "Through the kitchens. But, sir, if they see you leaving with her—" "They won't. I'll create a distraction. You take Mrs. Farrow to my aunt's cottage. Here's the address." He scribbled on a scrap of paper. "There's a key hidden beneath the 3rd flower pot on the left side of the door. Get her inside, lock everything, and don't open the door for anyone except me. Understood?" "Yes, sir." Julian turned to Margot, gripping her shoulders. "Go with Morrison. Stay hidden. I'll deal with Farrow's men, then come to you as soon as it's safe." "What if they arrest you? What if Cornelius has fabricated charges?" "Then I'll defend myself. But you need to be somewhere he can't reach you. Please, Margot. Trust me." She wanted to argue, wanted to stay and fight. But she was exhausted and terrified, and Julian was right. She needed to be somewhere safe before Cornelius's reach extended further. "Thursday," she said. "Henderson and Associates. Even if you can't come to Richmond, make sure the solicitor knows where I am." "I will. Now go." Morrison opened the door a crack, checking the hallway. "Clear. Quickly, Mrs. Farrow." Margot moved to the door, then turned back. Julian stood watching her with such intensity that her chest ached. "Be careful," she whispered. "Always. Now run." She ran. Morrison led her through a maze of hallways to the kitchen, where a sleepy cook stared at them in confusion. Out the back door, into an alley slick with rain, into a waiting hansom cab that Morrison must have arranged. As they pulled away, Margot looked back at the hotel. Julian stood at the front entrance, speaking with 3 men in dark coats. His posture was relaxed, his manner easy, playing a part, buying her time. The cab turned a corner, and he disappeared from view. Margot pressed her hand against the window, her palm leaving a mark on the fogged glass. She'd kissed him, finally kissed him. And now she might never see him again. Inside the hotel, Julian faced the 3 men with perfect composure. "Gentlemen, how can I help you?" The tallest one, clearly Farrow's man, not an actual constable, stepped forward. "We're looking for a woman, Mrs. Cornelius Farrow. She's missing, and there's concern for her safety. Has she been here?" "Mrs. Farrow. I attended their ball this evening. Lovely event. But I haven't seen her since I left around 2. "You're certain?" "Quite certain. I've been asleep for the past hour." Julian gestured to his dressing gown. "As you can see." The man's eyes narrowed. "Mr. Farrow suggested she might seek you out. He seems to think you've formed an inappropriate attachment." "Mr. Farrow is mistaken. I've met his wife perhaps 3 times, always in public, always with proper chaperones. If she's missing, I'm sorry to hear it, but I can't help you." "We'd like to search your room. Do you have a warrant?" Silence. "I thought not." Julian's voice remained pleasant, but steel entered his tone. "Gentlemen, if Mrs. Farrow is truly missing, I suggest you focus your search elsewhere. Checking hotels at random seems rather inefficient." The men exchanged glances. Finally, the tall one nodded. "If you do hear from her, you'll inform Mr. Farrow immediately?" "Of course. I hope she's found safely." They left, but Julian knew they'd be watching, waiting to see if he led them to Margot, which meant he couldn't go to Richmond tonight. He returned to his room and stood at the window, looking out at rain-soaked London. Somewhere out there, Margot was hiding, trusting him to finish what they'd started. He wouldn't fail her. Thursday. 2 days to gather the last pieces of evidence. 2 days to ensure that when charges were brought against Cornelius Farrow, they'd be unassailable. 2 days to make sure Margot would never have to return to that house. Julian returned to his desk and began writing. A detailed account of everything Margot had told him, every name, every date, every fraudulent transaction. Evidence that would bring down a monster. And when this was over, when Farrow was arrested and Margot was finally free, Julian would find her in Richmond. He'd hold her again, kiss her again. And maybe, if she'd have him, he'd spend the rest of his life making sure she never felt trapped again. Chapter 8. The cottage in Richmond was smaller than Margot had expected. Just 3 rooms tucked behind an overgrown garden, with shutters that needed paint and a door that creaked when Morrison pushed it open. But it was clean, furnished simply, and most importantly, it wasn't Cornelius's house. "There's wood for the fire," Morrison said, moving through the rooms with practiced efficiency. "Lamp oil, some tinned goods in the pantry. Mr. Thorne's aunt keeps it stocked for when she visits between seasons." Margot stood in the centre of the small parlour, still dripping rainwater onto the floor, trying to process that she was actually here. Free, hidden, alone. "Will you be all right, Mrs. Farrow?" Morrison's voice was gentle. "I need to return before my absence is noted, But I can stay if— No. She forced herself to focus. No. You've done more than enough. If Cornelius discovers you helped me, he'll dismiss you without references. I'd consider it an honor to be dismissed for helping you. But Morrison moved toward the door regardless. Lock this behind me. Don't answer for anyone except Mr. Thorne. And Mrs. Farrow? You did the right thing. Remember that. The door closed. The lock clicked into place. Margot stood in the silent cottage and waited for relief to come. Instead, fear crashed over her in waves. What had she done? She'd destroyed her marriage, ruined her reputation, and placed Julian in terrible danger, all based on the hope that evidence would be enough to stop Cornelius. But Cornelius didn't lose. He'd said it himself. He had friends in Parliament, connections throughout London, resources she couldn't begin to match. And now he knew she'd defied him. Fled. Sought help from the one man he'd warned her to avoid. Margot sank onto the small settee, her wet cloak pooling around her, and for the first time in 4 years, she allowed herself to fall completely apart. She cried for the girl she'd been before her father's death, curious, bright, full of hope. She cried for the 4 years she'd lost to fear and silence. She cried for the impossibility of what lay ahead, for Julian, who'd risked everything to help her, for the future she wanted but couldn't quite believe in. When the tears finally stopped, dawn was breaking through the cottage windows. Grey light filtered through dusty curtains, illuminating a room that smelled of disuse and damp. Margot stood on shaking legs and began the practical work of survival. She found dry clothes in a wardrobe, someone's cast-offs, too large but serviceable, built a fire in the hearth, made tea from leaves that were old but still good enough, ate tinned biscuits that tasted like cardboard and safety. She had 2 days until Thursday, 2 days until Henderson and Associates, 2 days to wait and hope that Julian's plan would work. She could manage 2 days. She'd managed 4 years. In London, Cornelius Farrow sat in his study, watching dawn break over Mayfair, his hands steepled beneath his chin. Margot was gone. He'd discovered her absence at 3 a.m. when he'd gone upstairs to find her room empty, her bed not slept in, several pieces of jewellery missing from her dressing table. His first reaction had been rage, white-hot and absolute. How dare she? How dare she defy him, flee from him, steal from him? But rage was unproductive, so he'd locked it away behind calculation. She couldn't have gone far. She had no money beyond what she could get from selling jewellery, no family to shelter her, no friends brave enough to risk his wrath. Which left one possibility: Julian Thorne. Cornelius had sent men to Thorne's hotel immediately. They'd questioned him, but found nothing, no sign of Margot. Just Thorne in his dressing gown, playing the part of innocent bystander perfectly. Too perfectly. The man was lying. Cornelius knew it with absolute certainty. Thorne knew where Margot was. He'd probably helped her escape. The question was, where had he hidden her? A knock at the study door interrupted his thoughts. Enter. Agnes stepped in, her face pinched with anxiety. Sir, I'm terribly sorry. I don't know how she got past me. I was sleeping and— Stop. Cornelius held up a hand. Margot is clever. She waited until everyone was occupied or asleep. Your vigilance isn't at fault. Relief flooded Agnes's expression. Thank you, sir. What would you like me to do? Pack her belongings. Everything. I want her room cleared by this afternoon. Cleared? But, sir, when she returns— If she returns, she'll find her circumstances much changed. Cornelius stood, moving to the window. My wife has chosen to embarrass me publicly, to abandon her duties and run off with, or to another man. That cannot stand. What will you tell people? The truth, with appropriate embellishments. He turned, his expression cold. Margot has been increasingly unstable, nervous, prone to fits of melancholy. Last night, after the strain of hosting our ball, she had some sort of breakdown. She's currently resting at a private sanatorium while I arrange for more comprehensive care. Agnes's eyes widened. A sanatorium? It's for her own good. Surely you've noticed her deteriorating state? The way she's withdrawn? The inappropriate attention she's shown to male guests? These are classic signs of hysteria. I suppose I have noticed she seemed troubled. Exactly. You'll testify to that, if needed. It wasn't a question. Agnes nodded slowly. Of course, sir. Whatever you need. Good. Now go pack her things. And Agnes? If anyone asks, servants, tradespeople, anyone, you know nothing except that Mrs. Farrow is unwell and resting under medical supervision. Understood? Yes, sir. She left, and Cornelius returned to his desk, where a stack of correspondence waited. Letters to key allies, explaining the situation. A note to his physician, asking for documentation of Margot's nervous condition. A message to his solicitor, exploring the legal requirements for involuntary commitment. He was building a case, not for fraud. He'd destroyed that evidence efficiently, but for his wife's insanity. When Margot surfaced, and she would surface eventually, she'd find herself trapped in a narrative she couldn't escape. The unstable wife, the hysterical woman, the poor creature who'd run away during a breakdown. No one would believe her accusations against him. They'd pity her, dismiss her. And when he had her committed, they'd nod sadly and agree it was for the best. The only problem was Thorne. If Thorne had evidence, real evidence, not just Margot's testimony, he could still cause trouble. Public accusations. Investigations that might gain momentum before Cornelius could stop them. That needed to be handled. Carefully. Cornelius pulled out a fresh sheet of paper and began writing to an old friend at the magistrate's office. Nothing direct, just a casual mention that a certain Julian Thorne had been making wild accusations about respectable MPs, suggesting financial irregularities where none existed. Perhaps someone should look into Thorne's own business dealings, make sure he wasn't projecting his own crimes onto innocent men. It was subtle, deniable, but it would plant seeds of doubt. By the time Cornelius finished his morning correspondence, he'd set in motion 3 separate lines of attack. The narrative of Margot's insanity, the investigation into Thorne's finances, and discreet inquiries to every hotel and boarding house in London. She was out there somewhere, probably terrified, probably already regretting her impulsive flight. And when he found her, not if, when, she'd learn exactly what happened to wives who defied their husbands. Julian spent Wednesday in a state of controlled fury. He'd woken to a message slipped under his door. Mr. Farrow wishes to inform you that his wife has suffered a nervous collapse and is receiving medical care. Any inquiries should be directed to him personally, a warning, and a declaration of war. Farrow was establishing a narrative. Margot wasn't missing. She was ill, unstable, in need of supervision. It was brilliant and sickening in equal measure. Julian immediately sent notes to his contacts. Henderson, the solicitor, Hartley, who had connections at the magistrate's office, even Lord Pemberton, who for all his flaws genuinely cared about corruption in Parliament. By noon, he'd learned that Farrow was already 1 step ahead. There's been an inquiry filed, Henderson said when Julian arrived at his office. Anonymous, but clearly Farrow's work. suggesting you've been making false accusations against MPs, raising questions about your own financial dealings. I have nothing to hide. Neither did half the men Farrow destroyed. The investigation itself is the weapon. Even if you're cleared eventually, the cloud of suspicion will remain. Henderson leaned back in his chair. He's good. I'll give him that. We're better, and we have Margot's testimony. Do we? Where is she? Julian hesitated. Safe. That's not an answer that will hold up in court. If we bring charges against Farrow, his lawyers will immediately ask to speak with the primary witness. If we can't produce her, or if she's been declared mentally unstable, her testimony becomes worthless. She's not unstable. She's the sanest person I've ever met. Legally, that won't matter if Farrow has a physician's statement saying otherwise. Julian's hands clenched. So what do we do? We move fast, before Farrow can solidify his narrative. Henderson pulled out a thick folder. I've been reviewing the evidence you've collected, the forged surveys, the investment records, the testimony from victims. It's good. But we need something ironclad, something that directly ties Farrow to the fraud with no possibility of explanation. Like what? Original documents in his handwriting, correspondence that explicitly discusses the scheme, witnesses who can testify to specific conversations. Henderson paused. Or financial records that prove he personally benefited from the fraud. His study. Everything we need is in his study. Then we need to get into it, legally, if possible. But given the circumstances... Henderson met Julian's eyes. How badly do you want to stop him? Julian thought of Margot's bruised arm, her careful obedience, the way she'd finally broken down in his arms before running into the night. Badly enough to do whatever it takes. Even if it means bending certain rules about search and seizure? Even then. Henderson nodded slowly. I know someone. A clerk in the magistrate's office who owes me a favor. If we can provide enough preliminary evidence to justify a warrant, and if we move quickly before Farrow realizes what's happening, we might be able to search his study legally. How quickly? Tomorrow, Thursday, during the parliamentary committee meeting when we know Farrow will be occupied. The same plan Margot had suggested weeks ago, before everything had fallen apart. Do it, Julian said. Whatever you need from me. Testimony, evidence, money. It's yours. I'll need you to come with us, to identify documents and testify to chain of custody. Henderson stood. But Thorne, this is dangerous. If Farrow discovers we're coming before we have the warrant, if anything goes wrong, if we find nothing, we'll find something. Margot said the evidence was there. And you trust her. Completely. Henderson studied him for a long moment. You care about her. This isn't just about justice anymore. It never was. Not entirely. Julian met his friend's gaze steadily. But yes, I care about her. More than is probably wise. Then be very careful tomorrow, because if Farrow even suspects she's helping us, I wouldn't put it past him to... Henderson trailed off. To what? To do something drastic. He's a man who's built his entire life on control and reputation. When men like that lose control, they don't surrender gracefully. Julian thought of Farrow's threats at the club, the cold calculation in his eyes, the casual way he'd discussed having Margot committed. I know, which is why we need to move fast. He left Henderson's office with a plan for Thursday and dread in his gut. Something was going to go wrong. He could feel it. The question was, what? In Richmond, Margot woke from an uneasy sleep to find the afternoon fading into evening. She dozed in the chair by the fire, exhausted from 2 nights without proper rest. Now she stood and moved to the window, peering through the curtains at the overgrown garden beyond. No one. Nothing. Just gathering darkness and the sound of wind in the trees. She was alone, safe, but alone, and increasingly worried. Julian should have come by now, or sent word. Something to confirm the plan for Thursday, to let her know he was all right. The silence felt ominous. Margot moved away from the window and tried to distract herself with practical tasks. She ate more tinned food, read from the single book she found on a shelf, a collection of sermons that did nothing to calm her nerves, stared at the fire until her eyes burned. Night fell completely. Still no word. At 10 o'clock, Margot finally accepted that Julian wasn't coming tonight. Something had happened. Some complication she couldn't anticipate. She lay down on the small bed in the cottage's single bedroom, fully clothed, and tried to sleep. Instead, she lay awake, listening to every creak of the house, every whisper of wind, every distant sound that might be footsteps approaching. Cornelius knew. He had to know. And if he knew, he was coming for her. The thought sent ice through her veins. Margot rose and checked the locks again. Front door, back door, windows, everything secure. Then she pulled the fireplace poker from its stand and set it beside the bed. If someone came, if Cornelius found her, she wouldn't go quietly. She'd fight, even if she lost. Thursday morning arrived with fog so thick, Margot couldn't see the garden from the window. She stood watching the grey nothing beyond the glass and tried to calculate her options. Noon. Henderson and Associates. Julian had told her to be there at noon. But how could she get to London without being seen, without leading Cornelius straight to the solicitor's office? And more importantly, should she risk it? If this was a trap, if Cornelius had somehow learned about the plan, she'd be walking straight into his hands. But if she stayed hidden, if she let fear keep her paralyzed, then what had been the point of running at all? Margot made herself eat breakfast, made herself wash and dress in the 2 large borrowed clothes, made herself prepare for whatever was coming. At 11 o'clock, she heard footsteps on the path outside. Her heart stopped. A knock at the door, firm but not aggressive. "Mrs. Farrow, it's Morrison." She sagged with relief, hurrying to unlock the door. Morrison stood on the threshold, his face grim. "Ma'am, we need to leave. Now." What happened? "Mr. Farrow knows where you are. I don't know how. Someone must have followed me or Mr. Thorne. But he's sending men. They'll be here within the hour." Margot's vision swam. "How do you know this?" "I overheard him giving orders. He's taking no chances this time. The men he's sending..." Morrison's jaw tightened. "They're not constables. They're the kind of men who do things that can't be traced. We need to get you to London, to the solicitor's office. It's the only place that might offer legal protection." Julian is already there, waiting with Henderson and a magistrate. They have a warrant to search Mr. Farrow's study. They're building the case right now. Morrison grabbed her cloak from the hook. "But Mrs. Farrow, you need to be there to testify, to make your statement official before Farrow can have you declared incompetent." A trap within a trap. Cornelius coming for her from one direction, the law waiting in another. But at least with the law, she had a chance. "Let's go," Margot said. They ran. Chapter 9. The cab rattled through London's fog-shrouded streets at a pace that felt simultaneously too fast and agonizingly slow. Margot gripped the edge of the seat, watching the city materialize and disappear through the mist, familiar landmarks made strange by fear and desperation. "Fleet Street is 10 minutes ahead," Morrison said from across the cab. "Henderson's office is above a bookshop, 3rd floor. Mr. Thorne said to come directly upstairs. Don't stop. Don't speak to anyone." What if Cornelius's men are already there? "Then Mr. Thorne and Henderson will handle them. They have a magistrate present, legal authority." But Morrison's voice held doubt. Legal authority meant nothing if Cornelius had already poisoned the well. If he'd convinced the right people that Margot was insane, that her testimony was worthless, that this entire investigation was the work of a vindictive lover and his unstable mistress. The cab turned onto Fleet Street. Through the fog, Margot could make out the shapes of buildings, the occasional pedestrian hurrying through the cold morning. Everything looked normal, ordinary. She'd expected something more, some visible sign that the world was changing. The cab stopped in front of a narrow building, squeezed between a tavern and a printer's shop. A bookshop occupied the ground floor, its windows displaying legal texts and bound volumes. "This is it." Morrison paid the driver and helped Margot down. "Quickly now." They entered through a side door that led directly to the upper floors. The stairwell was dim, smelling of old paper and coal smoke. Margot's boots echoed on the wooden steps as they climbed. 2nd floor, 3rd floor, finally reaching a landing with a single door bearing a brass plate. Henderson and Associates, solicitors. Morrison knocked twice, paused, then knocked once more. The door opened immediately. Julian stood there, still in yesterday's clothes, his face drawn with exhaustion and relief. "Thank God. We thought—" He stopped himself, stepping aside to let them enter. "Come in, quickly." The office was larger than Margot expected, a reception area leading to multiple rooms beyond. A clerk sat at a desk piled with documents, barely glancing up as they passed. Julian led them to a private office where 2 men waited. The first was perhaps 40, with sharp features and intelligent eyes that assessed Margot immediately. "Mrs. Farrow, I'm James Henderson. We haven't formally met, but Mr. Thorne has told me a great deal about your situation." The second man was older, perhaps 60, with the bearing of someone accustomed to authority. "Magistrate Whitmore. I've been reviewing the evidence Mr. Thorne and Mr. Henderson have compiled. Quite disturbing, if true." If true. The skepticism in those 2 words made Margot's stomach drop. "It's true," she said, forcing her voice steady. "All of it. I can provide testimony about every fraudulent transaction, every forged document, every victim my husband defrauded." "Your husband claims you've been suffering from nervous hysteria," Whitmore said, not unkindly. "That you fled your home during a breakdown. He's provided a physician's statement attesting to your fragile mental state." "He's lying." The words came out harder than she intended. "Cornelius has spent 4 years systematically controlling every aspect of my life. When I finally found the courage to seek help, he manufactured evidence of insanity to discredit me. It's what he does: manipulate narratives, control perceptions, ensure that anyone who challenges him appears unreliable." Whitmore's expression didn't change. "That's a serious accusation." "So is fraud, so is forgery, so is stealing from widows and pensioners." Margot moved closer to the desk where documents were spread. "I can identify every piece of evidence here. I can explain how the scheme worked, who was involved, when transactions occurred. Would an insane woman be capable of that level of detail?" "An intelligent woman suffering from delusions might be," Whitmore said. I'm not saying I believe your husband's claims, Mrs. Farrow, but in court, his lawyers will argue exactly that. We need to be prepared. Which is why we need the documents from Farrow's study, Henderson interjected. Original correspondence in his hand, financial records that can't be explained away, physical evidence that supports Mrs. Farrow's testimony. The warrant is ready. Whitmore pulled a folded paper from his coat. Signed this morning, but Mr. Farrow is at the parliamentary committee meeting. He's not. Everyone turned to Morrison, who stood in the doorway looking grim. I just saw him, Morrison continued, coming out of a building 2 blocks from here. He wasn't alone. There were 3 men with him. Large men. The kind you hire for unpleasant work. Julian's face went white. He knows we're here. How? Henderson demanded. Does it matter? Julian moved to the window, peering down at the street below. If Farrow knows, he'll try to stop us before we can execute the warrant. We need to move, now. We can't just burst into his home. We have a warrant. We have legal authority. What we don't have is time. Julian turned to Whitmore. Sir, with respect, if we wait, Farrow will destroy whatever evidence remains. We've already lost days while he's been burning documents and covering his tracks. If we don't act now, we lose our chance. Whitmore was silent for a long moment. Then he stood, tucking the warrant into his coat. Very well. We'll proceed immediately. But Mrs. Farrow stays here. No. Margot stepped forward. I'm coming with you. Absolutely not. If your husband is as dangerous as you claim, then you need me there. I know where he keeps things. I know which documents are relevant and which are misdirection. I've spent 4 years observing his methods. She looked at Julian, willing him to understand. Please, let me help finish this. Julian's jaw worked. She could see him weighing protection against practicality, fear against respect for her agency. Finally, he nodded. She comes. But she stays with me at all times. This is highly irregular, Whitmore began. Everything about this situation is irregular, Henderson interrupted. But she's right. We need her expertise. And frankly, if Farrow is planning something, having her in our custody might be safer than leaving her here. Whitmore exhaled slowly. Fine. But at the first sign of danger, Mrs. Farrow, you leave. Immediately. Understood? Yes. They gathered their materials quickly. The warrant, copies of evidence, notepaper for recording findings. Morrison volunteered to go ahead, scouting the route to Farrow's house for any sign of trouble. As they prepared to leave, Julian caught Margot's arm gently. Are you certain about this? You don't have to face him again. Yes, I do. She met his eyes steadily. For 4 years, I was a ghost in that house. Silent, obedient, afraid. I need to walk back in there, not as his prisoner, but as the woman who's going to destroy him. Something fierce and proud flickered in Julian's expression. Then let's go destroy him. The journey to Mayfair took 15 minutes. Margot spent them memorizing every detail of the documents Henderson had prepared, forcing her mind to focus on facts and evidence rather than the terror building in her chest. She was going back, to the house that had been her prison, to face the man who'd spent 4 years breaking her spirit. But this time, she had witnesses, legal authority, Julian at her side. This time, she wasn't alone. The cab stopped a block from Farrow's townhouse. Morrison appeared from the fog, his expression tense. The house looks quiet. No sign of Mr. Farrow or the men I saw with him, but the staff is there. I can see movement through the windows. Good. Whitmore straightened his coat. We'll proceed formally. Knock, Present the warrant. Conduct the search with all proper protocols. No one does anything that could compromise the evidence we find." They walked the final block as a group, Whitmore in front, Henderson and Julian flanking him, Margot between them with Morrison bringing up the rear. A small army marching on Cornelius Farrow's fortress. The townhouse looked exactly as Margot remembered. Elegant, imposing, perfect from the outside, rotten within. Whitmore knocked firmly on the door. Agnes answered, her face going pale when she saw Margot. "Mrs. Farrow, Mr. Farrow said you were—" "I'm here with Magistrate Whitmore," Margot said, surprised by how steady her voice sounded. "We have a warrant to search this house." "A warrant?" Agnes looked between them, confused and frightened. "But Mr. Farrow isn't home. He left this morning." "We're not here for him. We're here for his study." Whitmore presented the folded warrant. "This gives us authority to search the premises. You can cooperate, or we can return with constables. Your choice." Agnes stepped back, allowing them to enter. The hallway was exactly as Margot remembered. Polished floors, expensive art, the grandfather clock ticking in the corner. 4 years of her life contained in these walls. She pushed the memories aside and focused on the present. "The study is on the 2nd floor," she told Whitmore. "East wing. The door is usually locked, but there's a spare key in the butler's pantry." Morrison retrieved it while the rest of them climbed the stairs. Margot's legs felt strange, carrying her up steps she'd climbed 1,000 times in obedience and fear. Now she was here by choice, by defiance. The study door stood closed. Morrison handed the key to Whitmore, who unlocked it with formal precision. The room beyond was pristine. Too pristine. Margot's heart sank as she looked at the empty desk, the bare bookshelves, the filing cabinets with their drawers conspicuously absent. "He cleared it," Julian said flatly. "Everything's gone." "Not everything." Margot moved into the room, her mind racing. "Cornelius is meticulous. He wouldn't trust servants to move important documents. He'd do it himself. And he'd have a system, a way to keep critical papers separate from routine correspondence." She crossed to the bookshelf, running her fingers along the wood paneling behind where books had stood. There. A slight irregularity. A seam that shouldn't exist. "Here, there's a hidden compartment." Henderson and Julian immediately began examining the panel, searching for the mechanism. Whitmore watched with crossed arms, his skepticism evident. "Even if you find something, Mrs. Farrow, your husband will claim ignorance. Say it was placed there by someone else." The panel clicked open. Inside was a small space, perhaps 2 feet square, and within it, a leather portfolio, thick with documents. Julian pulled it out carefully, opening it on the desk. Letters. In Cornelius's unmistakable handwriting, discussing the railway scheme in explicit detail, naming co-conspirators, detailing precisely how they'd forged surveys, falsified investor lists, and diverted funds. Everything. It was all there. "He kept records," Henderson breathed. "Why would he keep records?" "Insurance," Margot said quietly, "against his partners. If they ever tried to betray him, he'd have proof of their involvement. Cornelius always needs leverage." "Well, now we have leverage." Whitmore's entire demeanor had changed. He picked up one of the letters, reading rapidly. This is more than enough for arrest and prosecution. My God." A sound from downstairs. The front door opening. Voices. Cornelius's voice. "Agnes! What's the meaning of this cab outside? Who's—" his footsteps on the stairs. Quick. Urgent. Everyone in the study froze. Then Julian moved, positioning himself between Margot and the door. Morrison did the same. Henderson gathered the documents protectively. Cornelius appeared in the doorway. For a moment, no one spoke. He looked at each of them in turn. Whitmore with the warrant, Henderson with the portfolio, Julian and Morrison blocking access to Margot. And finally, Margot herself, standing in his study where she'd never been allowed, meeting his eyes without flinching. "Cornelius," she said. His face was a mask of cold fury. "Get out of my house." "We have a warrant." Whitmore held up the paper. "Signed by the magistrate's office. We're conducting a legal search of these premises based on evidence of fraud." "Evidence provided by my mentally unstable wife?" Cornelius's voice dripped contempt. "I have a physician's statement attesting to her hysteria. Any testimony she's given is worthless." "The evidence speaks for itself." Henderson indicated the portfolio. "These are your letters, Mr. Farrow, your handwriting, detailing a systematic scheme to defraud investors through falsified railway prospectuses. Those documents are private correspondence. They're evidence of criminal activity, and they're now in the custody of the magistrate's office." Whitmore moved toward the door, clearly intending to leave. "Mr. Farrow, you're under arrest for fraud, forgery, and conspiracy to commit theft. You'll need to come with me." "I think not." Cornelius pulled a pistol from his coat. The room erupted. Julian shoved Margot behind him. Henderson dropped the portfolio, papers scattering. Morrison reached for something, anything to use as a weapon. "Everyone stay exactly where they are." Cornelius's voice was eerily calm. "Put down the documents, step away from my desk, and leave this house. Now." "Mr. Farrow, threatening a magistrate is..." "Is what? Another charge to add to the list?" Cornelius laughed, but there was no humor in it. "I'm already facing ruin. Prison. The destruction of everything I've built. What's one more crime?" "Shooting a magistrate will guarantee a noose," Whitmore said. "Put down the weapon. This doesn't have to end badly." "It ended badly the moment my wife betrayed me." Cornelius's eyes found Margot, and the hatred in them was absolute. "I gave you everything. Protection, position, respectability, and you repaid me with treachery." "You gave me nothing but fear." Margot stepped out from behind Julian, ignoring his sharp intake of breath. 4 years of control and cruelty disguised as marriage. You don't get to claim virtue now. I gave you a home, a prison. I gave you my name, a collar. I gave you my protection. From dangers you created." Her voice rose, years of suppressed rage finally breaking free. "You isolated me, humiliated me, threatened me with asylums and commitment. You made me afraid to speak, to think, to exist as anything other than your possession. And you call that protection? You were nothing when I found you. Your father's debts would have destroyed you. I saved you. You bought me. Like furniture. Like property." Margot moved closer, and she saw his hand tighten on the pistol. "But I'm not property, Cornelius. I'm a person. And I'm done being afraid of you." "Then you're a fool." His finger moved to the trigger. "Because you should be afraid." "Farrow, don't..." Julian started forward. The pistol swung toward him. "Stay back. All of you. Or I swear to God." "You'll what? Murder 5 people? In your own home?" Margot's voice was steady now, certain. "You're too smart for that. Too calculating. You know there's no way out of this room that doesn't end with your destruction?" "There's one way." Cornelius's eyes were cold. If you're dead, you can't testify. Without your testimony, they have documents that could have been forged by anyone. Reasonable doubt. Except we also have victims willing to testify, Henderson said. Surveyors who will confirm their signatures were forged. Paper trails that lead directly to you. Mrs. Farrow's testimony is valuable, but it's not the only evidence. Cornelius's mask finally cracked. Rage and desperation warred across his features. "This is your fault," he said to Margot. "All of it. If you'd just stayed obedient, if you'd just remembered your place. My place was never beneath you." The words hung in the air. Then everything happened at once. Cornelius raised the pistol fully, aiming at Margot's chest. Julian lunged forward. Morrison threw himself at Cornelius from the side. The pistol fired. The sound was deafening in the small room. Margot felt something. A punch to her shoulder, sharp and burning. She stumbled backward, hitting the wall. Julian caught her, his face white with terror. "Margot! God! Margot!" Morrison had Cornelius pinned to the ground, the pistol skittering across the floor. Whitmore grabbed it, his own face shocked. "Get a physician!" Henderson was shouting. "Someone get a physician!" But Margot barely heard them. She looked down at her shoulder, where Julian's hand pressed against spreading red. She'd been shot. The realization came with strange detachment. After everything, the fear, the planning, the escape, it had come down to this. Violence in the end, after all. "Stay with me." Julian's voice was rough with panic. "Please, Margot, stay with me." "I'm all right," she heard herself say. It doesn't hurt as much as I thought it would." That was a lie. It hurt terribly. But she was alive, standing, still fighting, still free. "You shot her." Morrison's voice was filled with fury, his knee on Cornelius's back. "You shot your own wife." "She destroyed me." Cornelius's voice was muffled against the floor. "She deserved it." "No." Margot's voice cut through the chaos. Everyone turned to look at her. Julian with his hands trying to stop the bleeding, Henderson hovering with worry, Whitmore gripping the pistol, Morrison pinning her husband to the ground, and Cornelius staring up at her with pure hatred. "No," she said again, stronger now. "I didn't destroy you. I revealed you. There's a difference." Then her vision blurred, and the room tilted, and Julian was catching her as she fell. The last thing she heard before darkness took her was his voice, desperate and fierce. "Don't you dare leave me! Don't you dare!" Chapter 10. Margot woke to whiteness. White ceiling, white walls, white linens. For a disorienting moment, she thought she was back in her bedroom at Cornelius's house, trapped in another morning of careful obedience. Then pain lanced through her shoulder, sharp and immediate, and memory returned in a rush. The study, the confrontation, the pistol. She was alive. "Easy?" A hand touched her uninjured arm, gentle and familiar. "Don't try to move yet." Julian sat beside the bed, his face haggard. Dark circles shadowed his eyes. His jaw was rough with 2 days' growth of beard, and his shirt was stained with what looked like dried blood. Her blood. "How long?" Her voice came out rough, unused. 30 hours. You've been drifting in and out." He poured water from a pitcher, helping her drink. "The physician said you were lucky. The bullet went through cleanly, missing bone and major vessels, but you lost a lot of blood." "Where am I?" "A private hospital. Henderson arranged it, somewhere Farrow's connections can't reach. Julian set down the cup, his hand trembling slightly. Margot, you nearly died. When you collapsed. When I saw how much blood. But I didn't die. She reached for his hand with her good arm, threading her fingers through his. I'm here. I'm all right. You were shot. By your husband. In front of witnesses. His voice turned fierce. That's not all right. None of this is all right. What happened after? Did they arrest him? Immediately. Attempted murder of a peer witness, assault with a deadly weapon, threatening a magistrate. Those charges alone guarantee prison time. And with the documents we found. Julian's expression turned grim. He's finished. Completely. The trial will be a formality. Relief washed through her, so intense it made her dizzy. It's over. Almost. Julian squeezed her hand gently. There are complications. Of course there were. Tell me. Farrow's lawyers are arguing that you provoked him, that your affair with me. He stopped at her sharp intake of breath. They're claiming we've been conducting an inappropriate relationship, that you fled to me, that I helped you hide from your lawful husband, that the entire investigation was manufactured to justify adultery. That's insane. We've never... They don't need truth. They need a narrative that creates reasonable doubt. Julian stood, pacing to the window. And they're good. They've found witnesses who will testify to seeing us together. The hotel clerk who brought me to the parlor that night. Servants who saw us speaking at the garden party. Agnes, who says she left us alone multiple times. All perfectly innocent. In isolation, yes. But they're building a story. The unhappy wife, the rakish investor. A conspiracy to destroy a respectable man and steal his fortune. He turned back to face her. Margot, they're going to put you on trial as much as him. She pushed herself upright despite the pain, needing to think clearly. What do we do? Henderson says we fight it. Your testimony about the abuse, the evidence of fraud, the fact that Farrow shot you in front of witnesses. It's enough to convict him regardless of their narrative. But your reputation will be destroyed in the process. They'll paint you as an adulteress and a liar. Society will ostracize you. And even after Farrow is convicted, you'll carry that stain forever. Margot thought about reputation, that nebulous thing she'd been taught to value above all else. 4 years she'd protected it through obedience and silence. 4 years she'd believed that maintaining appearances was worth any cost. She'd been wrong. Let them say what they want, she said quietly. I know the truth. You know the truth. That's enough. Is it? Because I won't let them destroy you. They can't destroy me. Only I can do that, by choosing silence over honesty, by choosing reputation over freedom. She met his eyes steadily. I'd rather be a notorious adulteress who tells the truth than a respectable wife who lives a lie. Julian stared at her for a long moment. Then something in his expression shifted. Pride mixed with something deeper, more intense. You're extraordinary, he said quietly. Do you know that? I'm tired, and angry, and in significant pain. But she smiled slightly. Though I suppose those things aren't mutually exclusive with extraordinary. He returned to the bedside, sitting carefully. There's something else. Something we need to discuss before the trial. What? Your marriage. Legally, you're still Farrow's wife, which means he has rights to make medical decisions for you, to control your finances, to determine where you live once you're released from hospital. Horror crept through her. But he shot me. which is why Henderson is filing for emergency separation and annulment. The unconsummated marriage gives us grounds, but it takes time to process, and Farrow's lawyers are fighting it. Julian's jaw tightened. They're arguing that he has the right to take you home, to care for you during your recovery, that as your husband he's entitled to… No. The word came out sharp, panicked. No. I won't go back there. I can't. You won't. Julian's hand closed over hers, warm and solid. I promise you, Margot. You will never set foot in that house again. But we need to act quickly. How? He hesitated, as if weighing how to phrase what came next. Henderson has a plan. It's legally questionable and socially catastrophic, but it would protect you. Tell me. We leave London, tonight, before the lawyers can file motions, before Farrow's connections can interfere. We take you somewhere his authority can't reach, Scotland, perhaps, or Ireland, and we stay there until the annulment is finalised. Margot processed this slowly. We? You mean you'd come with me? Of course. You can't travel alone in your condition, and frankly, I don't trust anyone else to keep you safe. He met her eyes. But Margot, you need to understand what this means. If we leave together, unmarried, without chaperones, the scandal will be absolute. They'll call it an elopement, proof of adultery, everything Farrow's lawyers are already suggesting. But I'd be free. In exchange for your reputation, your place in society, any hope of… He stopped. Of what? Of a respectable future, marriage to someone appropriate, return to polite company. His voice was careful, controlled. If you do this, you'll be ruined by every conventional measure. I was already ruined the day I married Cornelius Farrow. Margot shifted on the bed, trying to see him better despite the pain. Julian, I have no place in society, no fortune, no family. The only thing I have is choice, the ability to decide my own future for the first time in 4 years, and I'm choosing freedom over reputation. Even if it means scandal. Especially if it means scandal. Let them talk. Let them judge. I'll be too busy living to care. Julian's expression transformed. Something fierce and tender and utterly undone. You're certain? Completely. Then we leave tonight. I've already arranged transportation, a private carriage to Dover, then a ship to Dublin. We'll stay at a property Henderson's family owns until the annulment is finalised. He stood, moving toward the door. I need to speak with your physician. Ensure you're well enough to travel. Julian. He turned back. Thank you. For everything. For believing me. For fighting for me. For… Her throat tightened. For seeing me as worth saving. You saved yourself, Margot. I just helped remove the obstacles. He smiled, and it was like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. Though I'm happy to continue helping, if you'll let me. I'll let you. He left to make arrangements, and Margot lay back against the pillows, her shoulder throbbing but her mind clear. Tonight, she'd leave London, leave behind everything she'd known, the house that had been her prison, the society that had never truly accepted her, the name that had marked her as property. She'd leave it all and become… what? Someone new, someone free, someone who belonged to herself, alone. Darkness had fallen when Julian returned with the physician, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes and efficient movements. Mrs. Farrow, I'm Dr. Ashford. Let me examine your shoulder before we discuss travel. The examination was painful, but thorough. Dr. Ashford prodded the wound, checked for signs of infection, asked questions about pain levels and mobility. You're healing well. she said finally. Faster than I expected, actually. But travelling so soon is risky. The wound could reopen, become infected. You need rest. I need to leave London before my husband's lawyers force me back to his custody. Margot's voice was steady. Please, Dr. Ashford, tell me honestly. Can I survive the journey? The physician studied her for a long moment. Physically, yes, with care. But Mrs. Farrow, I must ask, are you certain about this? Leaving with Mr. Thorne unmarried while your husband is facing trial. The scandal will follow you everywhere. Better scandal than captivity. Dr. Ashford nodded slowly. Then yes, you can travel, but you'll need to change bandages twice daily, avoid strain on the shoulder, and watch for signs of fever. Any heat, redness, or increased pain means infection, and you must seek medical attention immediately. She provided supplies, clean bandages, laudanum for pain, written instructions for care. Julian absorbed every detail, asking questions, ensuring he understood exactly what Margot would need. One more thing, Dr. Ashford said as she prepared to leave. This will hurt significantly. Travel in a carriage, even well sprung, will aggravate the injury. The laudanum will help, but don't take too much. It clouds judgment, and you'll need your wits about you. After she left, Julian helped Margot dress in clothes he'd somehow procured. A simple travelling gown in dark wool, a heavy cloak, sturdy boots. Nothing elaborate. Nothing that would draw attention. Your hair, he said quietly. We should cover it, make you less recognizable. Margot's hand went to the dark curls that Agnes had always arranged so carefully. Cut it. What? Cut it short, like a boy's. It'll be easier to hide, easier to manage, and… She met his eyes. And it's mine to cut. My choice. Julian found scissors in the medical supplies. His hands were gentle as he gathered her hair, hesitating with the blades open. Are you absolutely certain? I've never been more certain of anything. He cut. Long, dark curls fell to the white floor. 4 years of careful grooming severed in minutes. When he finished, Margot's hair barely reached her collar, uneven and practical. She looked at her reflection in the small mirror and barely recognized herself. Good. Cornelius's wife had long, carefully arranged hair. The woman in the mirror was someone new, someone free. It suits you, Julian said softly, though everything suits you. Flatterer. Honest observer. A knock at the door. Morrison, appearing like a ghost. The carriage is ready. Back entrance, away from the main street, but we need to move quickly. There are men watching the hospital. Farrow's men, I suspect. Can we get past them? Julian asked. There's a delivery entrance through the kitchens, used by tradesmen. They won't be watching it. Morrison looked at Margot, his expression worried. But, Ma'am, the journey will be rough. Are you strong enough? I'll have to be. They moved through empty corridors, Julian supporting Margot's weight, Morrison leading the way. Down servants' stairs, through kitchens where a single scullery maid stared but said nothing, finally emerging into a narrow alley behind the hospital. A plain black carriage waited, driver already in position. No crest, no decoration, deliberately anonymous. Julian helped Margot inside, settling her carefully against the cushioned seat. Morrison appeared at the window. I can't come with you. Mr. Farrow's lawyers will question my absence. But, Ma'am, you have my testimony. When the trial comes, I'll tell them everything. About the abuse, the control, the threats. I won't let him lie about who you are. Thank you, Morrison, for everything. For my father's memory and for your own integrity. Take care of her, Mr. Thorne. with my life. Morrison stepped back, and the carriage lurched into motion. They moved through London's darkened streets, away from Mayfair, away from hospitals and solicitors' offices, away from everything familiar. Margot watched the city pass outside the window, gaslight and fog, creating a dreamlike landscape. She was leaving, actually leaving. 4 years she'd been trapped. 4 years of careful survival, of hoping for escape that never came. And now, in the span of a week, everything had changed. "How are you feeling?" Julian asked quietly. "Like I'm in a dream, or a story someone else is telling." She looked at him in the dim interior. "Is this real? Are we really doing this? We're really doing this." He reached across the space between them, taking her hand. "And Margot, whatever happens, scandal, trial, society's judgment, I want you to know something." "What?" "I don't regret any of it. Meeting you, helping you, leaving London with you tonight. Even if we're both ruined by this, I'd do it again. Every single choice." Her throat tightened. "Why?" "Because you're worth it. Because watching you find your courage, watching you choose freedom over fear, it's been the most remarkable thing I've ever witnessed. You're the most remarkable thing I've ever witnessed." Margot looked at their joined hands, his strong and steady, hers smaller but no longer trembling, no longer afraid. "Julian?" "Yes?" "When this is over, when the trial is finished and the annulment is final, when I'm truly free—" She paused, gathering courage. "What happens then?" He was quiet for a long moment. The carriage rattled over cobblestones, carrying them toward Dover and the ship that would take them across the sea. "Then you decide," he said finally. "What you want, where you want to go, who you want to be. This is your freedom, Margot. I won't take it from you by making demands or assumptions. And if what I want includes you," his hand tightened on hers, "then I'd be the luckiest man alive." "Good." She leaned her head carefully against his shoulder, mindful of her injury. "Because I'm fairly certain that's what I want. Not immediately. I need time to discover who I am outside of fear and control. But eventually, I think I'd like to discover that with you. Take all the time you need. I'll wait." They sat in comfortable silence as the carriage carried them through the night, past the edges of London, into countryside where darkness was absolute except for stars overhead. Margot felt the pain in her shoulder, the exhaustion in her bones, the lingering fear that Cornelius might somehow reach her even now. But underneath it all was something new, something she barely recognized. Hope, real hope. Not the desperate, fragile thing she'd clung to in Cornelius's house, but something solid and certain. She was free, wounded, scandalous, facing an uncertain future, but free. And that, finally, was enough. The carriage rattled on toward Dover, toward the ship, toward whatever came next. Behind them, London disappeared into fog and darkness. Ahead was only possibility. In his cell at Newgate Prison, Cornelius Farrow sat on a narrow cot and stared at stone walls. His solicitor had visited that afternoon with news. The magistrate denied bail. The trial date was set. The evidence was overwhelming, and Margot was gone. Disappeared from the hospital with Julian Thorne, location unknown. His wife, his possession, had escaped. Rage would have been easier. Rage he understood, could channel, could use. But what he felt was emptier than rage, colder. He'd lost, actually lost. For the first time in his carefully controlled life, Cornelius Farrow had miscalculated. He'd underestimated his wife's intelligence, her courage, her capacity for rebellion. He'd thought fear would be enough to control her forever. He'd been wrong. The trial would come. He'd be convicted. The evidence was too damning, too public. Prison, certainly. Perhaps transportation. Possibly hanging, if they decided attempted murder warranted the noose. His reputation, his fortune, his entire life, destroyed. By a woman who was supposed to be nothing more than a convenient acquisition. Cornelius lay back on the cot and laughed. It was the only response left. He'd thought he could own another human being, thought he could control someone's existence through fear and manipulation. And Margot had proven him wrong in the most absolute way possible. She'd won. The laughter faded, leaving only silence and stone walls and the absolute certainty of his own destruction. Somewhere out there, Margot was free, and there was nothing he could do about it. Nothing at all. Chapter 11. 3 months later, Margot stood at the window of a stone cottage overlooking the Irish Sea, watching rain sweep across grey water. The view never bored her. Constant motion, wild and unpredictable. Nothing like the carefully controlled perfection of London drawing rooms. Behind her, a fire crackled in the hearth. The cottage was small but comfortable, furnished simply with things that belonged to no one's idea of respectability. Worn chairs, mismatched dishes, books scattered everywhere because no one told her to keep them neat. It was the most beautiful place she'd ever lived. Tea? Julian appeared from the kitchen, carrying 2 cups. He'd adapted well to domesticity. Or perhaps he'd always been this way, capable and unpretentious. Mrs. O'Brien left bread this morning. Still warm? Mrs. O'Brien was their nearest neighbour, a widow who'd befriended them with the pragmatic Irish disregard for scandal. She didn't care that they weren't married, that Margot was fleeing a husband, that Julian had abandoned his business to help her. She cared that they were polite, paid their rent on time, and occasionally needed bread. Thank you. Margot took the cup, settling into her favourite chair near the fire. Her shoulder still ached in cold weather, but the wound had healed cleanly. Dr. Ashford would be pleased. Letter came this morning. Julian pulled an envelope from his pocket. From Henderson. The trial concluded yesterday. Margot's hand stilled on her cup. And? Guilty, on all counts. Fraud, forgery, conspiracy, attempted murder. Julian sat across from her, his expression carefully neutral. 15 years transportation to Australia. He'll never return to England. She should feel something. Relief, vindication, triumph. Instead, she felt only a strange emptiness. 15 years, she repeated. It would have been hanging, but his lawyers argued that the attempted murder was a crime of passion, that you'd driven him to madness with your betrayal. Julian's voice turned bitter. They still tried to blame you, even at the end. Did it work? The jury didn't care. Too many widows testified about losing their savings. Too many families destroyed by his fraud. By the time Morrison testified about the abuse, he paused. Well, no amount of lawyers could overcome that. Margot thought about Cornelius in chains, being loaded onto a ship bound for a penal colony. Everything he'd built, reputation, fortune, power, stripped away. It should satisfy her. It didn't. Are you all right? Julian asked quietly. I don't know. I thought I'd feel more. Victory or closure or something. She set down her cup. But mostly I just feel tired. That's fair. You've spent months waiting for this moment. Now that it's here, the relief might take time to arrive. Henderson's letter. Does it say anything else? Julian hesitated. The annulment was finalized 2 weeks ago. Officially, your marriage to Farrow never existed. You're legally free. Free? The word she'd been chasing for months. There's more, Julian continued. Your father's debts have been settled. Farrow's assets were seized to compensate his victims, but there was enough left over to clear what your father owed. The family property, the small estate in Kent, has been returned to you. Margot stared at him. I have property. A house and 20 acres, tenants currently farming the land. Not a fortune, but enough to provide modest income. He smiled slightly. You're not wealthy, but you're not destitute either. You have choices. Choices. Another word she was still learning to navigate. And socially? She asked. What does Henderson say about my reputation? Exactly what we expected. You're persona non grata in London. The scandal of leaving with me, the trial testimony, the accusations Farrow's lawyers made. Society has declared you irredeemable. Good. Julian raised an eyebrow. Good? I never want to return to that world. The drawing rooms and balls and careful performances, the judgment and gossip and endless pretense. Margot stood, moving back to the window. Let them think what they want. I'm building a different life. Here, in Ireland. Maybe. Or Kent. I'd like to see my father's estate, decide what to do with it. She turned to face him. But Julian, I need to know something. What? What do you want? You've spent 3 months here, away from your business, your investments, your life in London. You've sacrificed everything to help me, and Her voice caught. I need to know if you did it out of obligation, duty, or something else. Julian stood slowly, crossing to where she stood. The firelight painted shadows across his face, but his eyes were steady. I did it because I'm in love with you, he said simply. I have been, since the moment you showed me bruises and asked not to be rescued, but to be given the tools to fight. Since you arranged place cards like battle strategy. Since you risked everything to stop a man who was hurting people. He reached for her hand. I love your courage and your intelligence, and your stubborn refusal to accept the limitations others placed on you. I love who you are, Margot, not who society says you should be. Her breath caught. 3 months they'd lived in this cottage, carefully proper despite the scandal. Separate bedrooms, chaperones when they went to the village. 3 months of healing and learning to be herself, while Julian waited patiently for her to decide what she wanted. I'm broken, she whispered. 4 years with Cornelius? I'm not sure I know how to trust fully. How to be close to someone without fear. Then we'll learn together, slowly, at whatever pace you need. And if I'm never fully whole, if there are parts of me that can't be fixed, then I'll love those parts too. Julian's thumb brushed across her knuckles. You're not broken, Margot. You're healing. There's a difference. She looked at their joined hands, no longer trembling, no longer afraid. I love you too, she said. I think I have for months. But I needed time to be certain it was real and not just gratitude or dependence or... He kissed her. It was different from their first kiss, less desperate, more certain, a beginning rather than a stolen moment. When they broke apart, Julian rested his forehead against hers. Marry me, he said. Margot's heart stuttered. What? Marry me. Not because it's proper or expected or will repair your reputation. It won't. Society will still condemn us. But marry me because you want to. Because you choose to. Because building a life together is what we both want. Julian, I know it's soon. I know you're barely free of one marriage. But I'm not asking you to decide today. I'm putting it out there. That when you're ready, if you're ready, I want that future with you. Margot studied his face, the earnestness in his eyes, the vulnerability in his expression. This man who'd risked everything to help her, who'd waited patiently while she healed, who looked at her not as property or possession, but as an equal. Ask me again in 6 months, she said softly. 6 months? I need time to discover who I am outside of fear and marriage and survival. I need to visit my father's estate, decide what to do with my life, learn to exist as just myself. She touched his face gently. But in 6 months, if you ask again, the answer will be yes. Joy transformed his expression. You're certain? Completely. I want to marry you, Julian Thorne. Not today, not next week, but when I'm fully ready to choose it freely. When I can say yes, not because I need you, but because I want you. I can wait 6 months. Good. She smiled. Because I'm fairly certain I'll need every day of it to convince myself this is real, that I actually get to have this. Love without fear, partnership without control, a future I choose for myself. It's real. I promise you, it's real. They stood together at the window, watching rain sweep across the sea, while the fire warmed the small cottage and the world outside continued without them. The trial had made newspapers across England. Respected MP convicted of fraud, the headlines screamed. Society wife's scandalous flight, the gossip columns whispered. Margot read them with detachment, these stories about people who shared her name but felt like strangers. The papers painted her as either victim or villain, mad wife or calculating adulteress, depending on which narrative sold more copies. None of them came close to the truth. You shouldn't read those, Julian said, finding her with a stack of newspapers Mrs. O'Brien had saved. I need to know what they're saying, what I'm facing if I return to England. You don't have to return. We can stay here, or go somewhere else entirely. America, perhaps. Start completely fresh where no one knows your name. Margot considered it. The appeal of anonymity, of escaping the scandal completely, but running felt like surrender. No, I want to go back. Not to London. I don't care about society, but to Kent, to my father's estate. I want to reclaim that part of my life. She looked up at him. Will you come with me? When I'm ready? Anywhere you want to go? 6 weeks later, Margot received another letter from Henderson. This one contained unexpected news. Several of Farrow's victims have asked to meet you. They wish to express gratitude for your testimony and courage. If you're willing, I could arrange a gathering. Something private, away from public scrutiny. These are women who lost everything to your husband's fraud. Your story gave them closure. They'd like to thank you personally. Margot showed the letter to Julian. Should I go? Do you want to? I don't know. Meeting them feels... She struggled for words, like being responsible for their pain, even though I tried to stop it. You ended it. That's what matters. Julian squeezed her hand. But the choice is yours. No obligation either way. Margot thought for 3 days before responding. Finally, she wrote to Henderson. Yes, I'll meet them. Not for gratitude, but so they know the truth. That someone saw what was happening and tried to stop it, even when stopping it cost everything. The meeting took place in a private room at Henderson's office. 6 women, ranging in age from 30 to 70, all marked by loss. Mrs. Fletcher, who'd invested her late husband's pension and lost it all. Miss Pemberton, whose dowry had disappeared into Farrow's fraudulent scheme. The widow Davies, who'd had to sell her home to cover debts. Each told their story. Each had trusted Cornelius Farrow because he was respectable, connected, convincing. "We didn't know," Mrs. Fletcher said, tears streaming down her weathered face. "We thought we were being prudent, investing wisely. How could we have known?" "You couldn't," Margot said quietly. "That's what made him effective. He looked like exactly what you needed. Security, expertise, trustworthiness. He spent years building that facade specifically so people would trust him." "But you knew," Miss Pemberton said. "You saw the truth." "I lived with the truth. I saw the private man behind the public mask." Margot met each woman's eyes in turn. "And I stayed silent for too long. 4 years I knew what he was doing, and I was too afraid to speak. By the time I found courage, so many people had already been hurt." "You were his prisoner," the widow Davies said firmly. "We read the trial transcripts. What he did to you, the control, the threats, the violence. You can't blame yourself for surviving. But I can regret not acting sooner. And we can be grateful you acted at all." Mrs. Fletcher leaned forward. "My dear, you cost yourself everything to stop him. Your reputation, your place in society, your safety. That takes more courage than most people possess." The meeting lasted 2 hours. At the end, each woman embraced Margot. Not as scandal or spectacle, but as someone who'd fought the same battle they had. "Thank you," Mrs. Fletcher whispered, "for your bravery, for your truth, for proving that monsters can be stopped." After they left, Margot sat alone in Henderson's office, emotionally drained. "That was harder than I expected," she admitted when Julian appeared. "But necessary." "Yes, I needed to see them, to understand that what I did mattered beyond just my own freedom." She stood, straightening her dress. "Julian, I'm ready." "Ready for what?" "To go to Kent, to face whatever comes next, to stop hiding from my past and start building my future." She took his hand. "With you, if you're still willing." "Always willing. Always." The estate in Kent was smaller than Margot remembered. A modest manor house with weathered stone and overgrown gardens. She stood at the end of the drive, staring at the place where she'd grown up. "It needs work," Julian observed. "The roof, certainly. Probably the entire west wing." "It's perfect." "It's falling apart. It's mine. That makes it perfect." Margot started walking toward the house, her steps quickening. "And it's far enough from London that scandal won't reach. Close enough to the village that I won't be completely isolated. It's exactly what I need." The interior was dusty, but structurally sound. Furniture covered in cloth, windows that needed washing, floors that needed polish, a blank canvas. "I could live here," Margot said, standing in what had been her father's study. "Fix it up, bring it back to life. Maybe even open it to some of Farrow's victims who lost their homes. Mrs. Fletcher and the others. They need somewhere to rebuild too." Julian smiled. "A sanctuary. A fresh start." She turned to him. "For all of us." They spent the afternoon exploring, walking the grounds, imagining renovations, planning a future. With each room they visited, Margot felt something loosen in her chest. This was hers. Not by marriage or inheritance through a husband, but by her own right, her name on the deed, her choices about what happened next. Freedom, she was learning, wasn't a single moment. It was a series of small choices, each one building toward a life she'd designed for herself. As sunset painted the sky gold and crimson, they stood together in the overgrown garden. 6 months, Julian said quietly. That's what you asked for. It's been 4. I know. Should I ask now anyway? Margot considered. 4 months of healing, learning, discovering who she was outside of fear. 4 months of falling deeper in love with a man who treated her as an equal. No, she said. Ask in 2 months, as planned. I want to keep my promise to myself, to take the time I need to be certain. Even though you're already certain. Even then, because keeping promises to myself matters. It's how I prove that I'm really free, that I make decisions based on my own timeline, my own needs, my own readiness. She smiled. Besides, anticipation makes things sweeter. 2 more months of anticipation might kill me. You'll survive. He pulled her close, carefully, always mindful of her shoulder, and kissed her as the sun set over her father's estate. Their estate, soon enough. The future they'd build together. But first, Margot had 2 more months to fully become herself. To renovate this house, help Farrow's victims rebuild, learn to live without fear dictating her choices. 2 more months to finish healing. Then, finally, she'd be ready to begin again. Not as Cornelius Farrow's escaped wife, not as society's scandal, but as Margot, just Margot, choosing love on her own terms. Chapter 12. 6 months to the day. Margot stood in the newly restored drawing room of her Kent estate, adjusting the single white rose in a vase on the mantel. The room looked nothing like it had 6 months ago. Fresh paint, polished floors, curtains she'd chosen herself in a deep blue that reminded her of the Irish Sea. Everything simple, honest, hers. Outside, early autumn painted the gardens in shades of amber and gold. The tenants had harvested a good crop this year, providing income that would sustain the estate through winter. Mrs. Fletcher and 2 other women from Farrow's victims had taken rooms in the East Wing, helping with renovations in exchange for shelter while they rebuilt their lives. The house felt alive, full of purpose, full of possibility. You're nervous. Mrs. O'Brien appeared in the doorway, having travelled from Ireland for the occasion. I can see it in the way you keep touching that flower. I'm not nervous. Margot dropped her hand from the vase. I'm expectant. That's just a fancy word for nervous. The older woman smiled. But you've nothing to worry about, dear. That man's been counting the days like a prisoner marking time. He'll ask, you'll say yes. And then we'll have a proper celebration. It's not the asking I'm nervous about. It's what comes after. Mrs. O'Brien's expression softened. The wedding night. Margot nodded, heat rising to her cheeks. 6 months she'd had to think about it, to imagine what intimacy might be like with Julian compared to the 4 years of rejection from Cornelius. 6 months of healing physically while her mind circled the same questions. What if she couldn't do it? What if fear returned at the crucial moment? What if 4 years of Cornelius's calculated cruelty had damaged something essential in her? Come sit. Mrs. O'Brien guided her to the settee. Listen to an old woman who's been married twice. The first time was duty. My father chose him, I obeyed, and it was tolerable but cold. The second time was choice. I was a widow with no prospects, and he was a farmer with more heart than fortune. We chose each other. And the difference? Everything. When it's choice instead of obligation, when it's love instead of duty, your body knows, responds differently. She took Margot's hand. That man of yours, he's patient, kind. He'll let you lead when you need to. Trust your instincts, dear. Trust yourself. A knock at the door. Julian's signature 3 taps. Margot's heart leapt. He's early. Love makes men punctual. Mrs. O'Brien stood, smoothing her skirts. I'll be in the kitchen with Mrs. Fletcher. Take your time. She left, and Margot called out, Come in. Julian entered, looking nervous himself, freshly shaved, wearing a new coat, holding a small wrapped package. He'd spent the past 6 months dividing time between Kent and London, rebuilding his investment business while helping with estate renovations. The work suited him. He looked healthy, strong, content. He looked like home. Hello, he said, somewhat unnecessarily. Hello. You look beautiful. She glanced down at her simple day dress. Nothing fancy, just good fabric in a green that complemented her complexion. You've seen me in this dress dozens of times. Yes, but today is different. Today is... He stopped, took a breath. Margot, 6 months ago, you asked me to wait, to give you time to become yourself before you chose what came next. That time is up. I know. And I have a question to ask you. But first, he held out the package. Open this. Margot unwrapped it carefully. Inside was a leather-bound journal, its pages blank and waiting. For writing your own story, Julian explained. Not the one society tells about you, or the one I imagine, or the one you survived. Your story, in your words, whatever you want it to say. Something in her chest cracked open. Julian, I know you've spent 6 months finding yourself, becoming someone new, and I want you to keep doing that. Keep growing, keep changing, keep discovering who you are. Marriage to me shouldn't be another cage, even a comfortable one. It should be partnership, freedom, 2 people choosing each other every day. He knelt then, taking her hand. So here's my question. Margot, will you marry me? Not to repair your reputation, or give you security or any practical reason, but because you love me and want to build a life together. Because you choose this. Choose us. She looked at him, this man who'd seen her at her worst and believed in her strength, who'd waited patiently while she healed, who offered her freedom instead of possession. Yes, she said. Yes, I'll marry you. Joy transformed his face. He stood, pulling her into his arms, and kissed her with the pent-up longing of 6 months of restraint. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Margot laughed, the sound surprising her with its lightness. What? Julian asked, smiling. I'm happy. Genuinely, completely happy. I'd almost forgotten what this felt like. Get used to it. I plan to keep you happy for the next 50 years. Ambitious. Determined. They decided to marry quickly. No need for elaborate preparations or society weddings. A small ceremony in the village church with Mrs. O'Brien, Mrs. Fletcher, Henderson and Morrison as witnesses. Simple vows, honest promises. 3 weeks later, on a crisp October morning, Margot walked down the aisle wearing a dress of cream silk she'd chosen herself. No corset beneath to restrict her breathing, no elaborate styling that took hours to arrange, just simple elegance that felt like her. Julian waited at the altar, his expression awed as she approached. The vicar spoke of love and partnership. They exchanged rings, simple gold bands. And when Julian kissed her as husband and wife, the small congregation applauded. Afterward, there was a modest celebration at the estate. Mrs. O'Brien had cooked, the tenants brought vegetables from the harvest, and someone produced a fiddle for dancing. It was nothing like Cornelius's ball. No elaborate performances, no social climbing, no careful pretense. It was real. full of genuine affection and joy. Margot danced with Julian in the drawing room, while Mrs. Fletcher clapped time and Mrs. O'Brien called out encouragement. She danced until she was breathless and laughing, her shoulder only slightly aching, her heart completely free. As evening fell, the guests departed one by one. Mrs. O'Brien to the inn in the village, Henderson back to London, Morrison to his mother's house. The tenants returned to their homes. Mrs. Fletcher and the others retreated to their rooms in the East Wing with understanding smiles. And finally, Margot and Julian were alone. They stood in the drawing room, suddenly awkward despite 6 months of growing intimacy. "I had the blue bedroom prepared," Margot said quietly. "The one that overlooks the garden. For tonight. Only if you're ready. We can wait longer if you need." "I'm ready." She took his hand. Nervous, but ready. "I want this, Julian. I want you." He brought her hand to his lips, kissing her knuckles gently. "Then lead the way." They climbed the stairs together. Margot's pulse raced, but it wasn't the panicked fear she'd felt with Cornelius. This was anticipation mixed with uncertainty. Normal nerves for a wedding night, not terror. The blue bedroom was warm from a fire in the hearth. Candles cast soft light across the fresh linens, the curtains she'd chosen, the flowers Mrs. O'Brien had arranged on the dresser. A room designed for love, not endurance. Julian closed the door softly behind them. "Tell me what you need," he said. "If you want to stop at any point, if you need time, if anything feels wrong, just tell me." "I need..." Margot searched for words. "I need you to be patient. This is my first time, really. With Cornelius it was going to be, before I stopped him. But tonight is different. This is my choice. My beginning. Then we'll go slowly as you need." He moved to her, gentle hands finding the pins in her shortened hair. One by one he removed them, fingers brushing through the curls that had grown longer these past months, but still fell nowhere near her shoulders. "You're trembling," he observed softly. "I know. It's not fear, exactly. It's just... everything is new. I understand." His hands moved to the buttons at the back of her dress, unfastening them with careful precision. "May I?" She nodded, unable to speak. He eased the dress from her shoulders, his touch reverent. The fabric pooled at her feet, leaving her in her chemise. Julian's gaze travelled over her, not possessive or demanding, but appreciative. Awed, even. "You're beautiful," he said hoarsely. "My shoulder, the scar, is proof of your courage, your survival." He traced the puckered skin where the bullet had entered, his touch feather-light. "Every mark on you tells a story of strength. I love all of it." Margot's eyes stung with unexpected tears. "No one's ever looked at me like that." "Like what?" "Like I'm something precious. Not property or possession, but someone..." Her voice caught. "Someone valuable?" "You are valuable. You're everything." Julian cupped her face, thumbs brushing away the tears that had spilled over. "Are you certain you want to continue? We can stop here. Just sleep. I'm in no rush." "I'm certain." She reached for his cravat, fingers clumsy on the knot. "Help me." Together they undressed each other, slowly, stopping often to kiss, to breathe, to adjust to each new intimacy. When they were both bare, Julian drew her to the bed, settling her carefully against the pillows. "Tell me if anything hurts. If you need to stop." "Julian." She silenced him with a finger against his lips. "I trust you. Completely. Now please, Show me what this is supposed to be like. He kissed her then, deeply, thoroughly, until she was dizzy with want. His hands mapped her body with reverent attention, learning what made her gasp, what made her arch into his touch. When his palms settled warm against her bare shoulder, she didn't flinch. When his weight pressed her into the mattress, she didn't feel trapped. She felt safe, desired, chosen. "Are you all right?" he asked, hovering above her. "Yes, better than all right. I'm—" She searched for words. "I'm ready. Please, Julian. I want this. I want you." He entered her slowly, watching her face for any sign of distress. There was discomfort, a stretching, a fullness that was strange and new, but no pain, no fear, only connection. "Breathe," he murmured against her temple. "That's it. You're doing beautifully." They moved together carefully, finding rhythm. Margot felt overwhelmed by sensation, by the intimacy of it, the vulnerability, the shocking pleasure that built with each movement. This was what she'd been denied for 4 years. Not just physical intimacy, but emotional safety, the trust to be completely exposed with another person, the freedom to feel pleasure without fear. "Margot," Julian's voice was ragged. "I'm close. I need— Yes. Please. I want—" She didn't have words for what she wanted, but her body knew. She urged him deeper, faster, chasing something she couldn't name. And then it crested, pleasure rolling through her in waves, pulling soft cries from her throat that Julian swallowed with kisses. He followed moments later, his own release shuddering through him. They lay tangled together afterward, breathing hard, skin cooling in the firelight. Margot felt tears on her cheeks again, but these were different. Not grief or fear, but overwhelming relief. "Did I hurt you?" Julian asked urgently, pulling back to see her face. "No. God, no. I'm just—" She laughed through the tears. "I'm happy. So absurdly happy. Is this what it's supposed to feel like?" "When it's right, yes." He gathered her close, pressing kisses to her forehead, her temple, her scarred shoulder. "When it's love instead of control. Choice instead of obligation." They lay in comfortable silence while the fire burned low. Julian's hand traced lazy patterns on her hip, and Margot marveled at the ease of it. No shame, no fear, just peaceful contentment. "Thank you," she said finally. "For what?" "For waiting, for being patient, for showing me that intimacy doesn't have to be terrifying. Thank you for trusting me, for choosing this, for choosing us." He propped himself on one elbow, looking down at her. "Margot Thorne. How does that sound?" She tested it. Different. New. Good. "What about just Margot? You don't have to take my name if you don't want. Keep your own identity." "I want your name. Not because I'm giving up mine, but because I'm choosing yours, adding it to who I am." She touched his face gently. "Margot Thorne. Wife. Free woman. Survivor. All of it at once." "All of it at once," he agreed. "And whatever else you become— writer, advocate, estate manager, troublemaker?" "Troublemaker? You brought down a member of parliament. I'd call that troublemaking of the highest order." She laughed, the sound surprised from her. "I suppose I did." "What will you do next, now that you're free, married, mistress of your own estate?" Margot considered. 6 months ago, she couldn't have imagined this moment, lying in bed with a man she loved, discussing futures instead of surviving presents. I want to help other women, she said slowly. The ones trapped like I was. Farrow's victims showed me how many people suffer in silence, believing they have no options. I want to change that. How? I don't know yet. Advocacy, perhaps. Writing about my experience. Using this estate as shelter for women escaping dangerous situations. Ideas bubbled up faster than she could articulate them. Henderson mentioned other solicitors interested in reforming marriage laws. Maybe I could work with them. Testify before Parliament about what needs to change. Julian smiled. Society pariah becomes political reformer. They'll hate you even more. Good. Let them hate me. I have work to do that matters more than their approval. Then I'll support you. Whatever you need. Funds, connections, a partner in troublemaking. You'd do that? Margot, I'd do anything for you. Surely you know that by now. She did know, but hearing it still made her chest warm. Dawn was creeping through the curtains when they finally slept, wrapped around each other. And when Margot woke hours later to sunlight and the solid warmth of Julian beside her, she lay still for a moment, letting reality settle. She was married. To a man she'd chosen. In a house she owned. With a future she'd design herself. 4 years ago, she'd believed this was impossible, that she'd spend her entire life as Cornelius Farrow's prisoner, enduring rather than living. But she'd been wrong. She'd found courage she didn't know she had. She'd fought when fighting seemed futile. She'd chosen freedom over safety, truth over reputation, love over fear. And now, finally, she got to live. Not the life society expected, not the story anyone would have written for her, but her own story, messy and scandalous, and absolutely hers. Julian stirred beside her, his eyes opening slowly. When he saw her watching him, he smiled, sleepy and content and entirely unguarded. Good morning, Mrs. Thorne. Good morning, husband. Sleep well. Better than I have in years, possibly ever. Good. He pulled her closer, mindful of her shoulder. Because I plan to keep you sleeping well for the next 50 years. Minimum. Still ambitious. Still determined. They lay together as morning light filled the room, planning futures and imagining possibilities. The estate needed work. Margot's advocacy would take time to build. There would be challenges ahead, financial pressures, social ostracism, the ongoing struggle to help others trapped as she'd been. But for this moment, in this room, wrapped in each other's arms, everything was perfect. Margot had survived 4 years of systematic cruelty and emerged with her spirit intact. She'd faced scandal and violence and impossible choices. She'd learned to choose herself, even when that choice cost everything. And now she got to choose love. Not because she needed rescue or security or validation, but because she wanted it. Because Julian Thorne saw her as an equal and loved her as she was. Scarred, difficult, stubbornly independent. Because she'd earned this happiness through courage and survival, and the stubborn refusal to accept the life others insisted was her only option. What are you thinking? Julian asked, watching her face. That I'm happy, truly, deeply happy. So am I, every day, for the rest of our lives. That's a long time. Not nearly long enough. Margot smiled, pressing closer to his warmth. Outside, the estate was waking. Tenants beginning their work, Mrs. Fletcher and the others preparing breakfast, the world continuing its familiar rhythms. But in this room, time felt suspended. Perfect. Hers. Julian? Yes. I was just thinking, I'm happy, truly happy. He kissed her forehead gently. Say it again. I never tire of hearing it. I'm happy. Again? I'm happy. Once more. I'm deliriously, impossibly, completely happy. He laughed, the sound warm and full of joy. Good, because so am I, with you, always with you. And for the first time in her life, Margot believed in forever. Not the forever of marriage contracts and legal obligations, but the forever of choice renewed daily, of love earned through patience and respect, of two people who'd found each other in darkness and built something luminous together. That kind of forever was worth fighting for, worth surviving for, worth every moment of the journey that had brought her here, to this room, this bed, this man, this perfectly imperfect beginning. She was Margot Thorne, survivor, free woman, wife, advocate, troublemaker, and whatever else she decided to become. The future was hers to write, and it was going to be extraordinary. You've reached the end of today's chapter. If this story stirred your heart, if you felt the fear, the longing, or the quiet courage in Margot's fight, stay with us. Their story is far from over. More danger, more secrets, and a love worth risking everything for still awaits. If you enjoyed this journey, please like, share, and subscribe to support the channel. It helps bring more unforgettable stories like this to life. Until next time, happy listening, and remember, your escape into romance awaits.